Okay, hello. Today Thursday. Happy Thursday. We are currently in day 24. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. I was watching Merlin. She's fun. She's so knowledgeable. Man, she's a smarty. I'm jealous. Her geography knowledge is so impressive. As an American, my geography knowledge is lacking, so I like her. Yesterday we stared at gallery puzzles for like 2.5 hours, and I had some ideas. So I will share with you my thinking if we get the gallery again. I won't bore you with it right now. All right, let's see. What are we trying to accomplish today? We are still looking at the chess pieces in relationship to the precipice chessboard that we've seen. Running theories are either, well, I guess it could work either way. I've got to match up the room with the appropriate chess piece to the grid in the precipice. I'll keep trying to do that. The king and the queen are making it a little bit hard, though. We don't have as many options. We've almost completely filled out our letters. Why did I put a 2 there? Oh, to remind me that was one of the puzzles that has been giving me a harder time. Okay. We're still looking for our other 4 sheet music pieces since I fell into the trap of just paying attention to the bolded words. And we only have 2 of our red envelopes so far, so we definitely have locks to open. Still have the drawing room, the office, the study. Oh, right. And then we have the diary in the ladyship's chamber. I really want to get that open. I have no idea where we find that key, though. I haven't seen it anywhere in the shop. We haven't picked it up once. We must need to do something first before we can unlock that. Okay. Let's see. Was there anything else that I was looking at yesterday? Nope, I don't think so. All right, so we're doing chess pieces. For sure, the library. I got the full Realm and Rune book, so we've got to look at that so it doesn't have the pages torn out. We still have an architectural digest to read. And then we still have like 3 or 4 more books to buy from the library. Hey, Jeff, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, the way that the sheet music is written, that was definitely the intention. They call you out for sure. They're like, haha, you thought you were clever? We are cleverer. Is that a word? Cleverer. Yeah. Just grabbing a pen. What did I choose today? I don't know. Print wore off. Peaches. Something with peaches. I can get behind that. All right. We did get up to grade 4. I think that's the highest we've gone before. But we got all that geography knowledge. That was good. And then since the schoolhouse says it adds 8 to the draft pool, I'm assuming we were trying to get up to grade 8. Woohoo! Go Master Blaster. Okay, let's get some good luck. First step was a little too quiet. I'm not going to count it as 4. It's 3. Okay. In the tomb, we could go back and see the torch chamber since we have more information about all the different symbols. Okay. I think I'm not going to overthink it. It's our first room of the day. I'm just going to go root cellar. See if there's any items in here. And remember that if we get a shovel, we should come back. All right. To the estate. Did you guys have a good night? Or morning, I guess some of you. It could have been night yesterday. Did you have a good time in between when I saw you last. I hope you did. I hope you did something that made you smile. Could do first parlor of the day. Yeah. Let's warm up our brain. Hopefully this isn't too difficult. What have we got? One of the other statements is false. One of the other boxes contains gems. Oh, goodness gracious. If you replace the word one in the other two statements with both, they will both be false. All right, I gotta write this one down. That's a let's write this one down. I suppose I could. I just don't like that I cannot see all three at the same time. So it helps me to see them at once. Nope, I'm writing them out because I gotta edit them. Okay. And see my shitty typing skills. Both. Come on. Okay. Okay, let's look at these. So if I replace the word one in the other two statements with both, they will both be false. Both of the other statements is false. Which would contradict this. Oh, unless it was true, because it's saying it would be false. Okay, okay. Both of the other boxes contain gems, which is also false. Only one can contain. If you replace the word one in the other two statements, they will both be false. Both of the other boxes. Okay, that would be false. And that would also be false. Because we're saying the black box is true. What would... Okay, those of you who know about logic, what's the difference between a converse and an inverse? I think I'm getting caught in that trap sometimes. Because this isn't saying they will both be true. I think it's the white box. It's the first puzzle. Don't exhaust yourself. It's okay. A perfect streak has to come to an end at some point. But not today. Not today. Let's keep going. Into a corridor. We don't have any keys yet. So the storeroom could be nice. It is a dead end, but I like the idea of having a key since we don't have any. Okay, and we have a pawn in both this room and the den. Okay, good. Noted. Mentally. More dig spots in there too in case we find a shovel. I'm sure I'll miss one at some point. For sure, I will miss one. For sure. It just wasn't that one. Checking off that we at least have a room with a pawn. All right, do we want to say hi to the doggies? Security room gives us more options. I can't turn down petting a dog. Beagles, hi. I wish they had little name tags next to them. You can know what their names were. Hello. Oh, you're actually here this time. You're usually gone. 2 2 dogs to pet. Usually it's only 1. And then more dig spots. Yeah. Okay, we are in desperate need of a shovel today. Let us take this other key. Jeff, I don't remember what I said. Maybe they do what? Short-term memory is not engaged yet. Okay, secret passage. I think I'll just go spare green room. Secret passage is nice higher up for me, I think. More dig spots, okay. Give us a shovel. Oh, and then there was a rook in the nook. West Wing Hall drawing room. I have 7 gems. That is okay. And we get the giant ass windows. Yes. Is the best in the drawing room. Even though they're smudgy. So considering that the windows aren't there all the time, I'll forgive the smudginess of the window. Let's head east. And then before I go up to rank 4, I'll probably try and fill in more of these lower rank. Oh, maybe they do? Oh, should I look for better? Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any collars or anything. I wonder if it's on their leashes that are hanging up on the wall. They better have names. Don't get my hopes up like this, please. I will be severely disappointed. Yeah, Mrs. Babbage would definitely have some strong words for whoever's role is cleaning the window. Okay, let's go courtyard. Hopefully there's a shovel in here. Aw. Oh, we got a sledgehammer. Okay. I'll take it. We get the sledgehammer a lot, but excuse me, we don't get trunks very often yet, so. All right. Laboratory breaker box. Let's see if we can't get an actual experiment that we can trigger more than one. Ooh. Let's see what we got. Okay. When you draft a red room, right? Whenever you draft an archived floor plan, that's a good incentive to do the archive, because usually I don't love the archive. Lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Ooh, that would be a good strategy to try and get enough money for our books. Whenever you draft an floor plan, lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. We do have the orchard, so our step count isn't as... I don't want to double lose steps. Gain a key. Man, I'm gonna regret that though, probably. Or we could just do it immediately. Lose 10 steps, gain 20. I think, excuse me. I think the immediately ones are kind of boring. But like I said, I'm not a gambler. And I don't like taking risks. So it is what it is. All right, pantry would lead us back to the entrance hall. Bedroom at least gives us another option. Nursery would help us if we were hurting on steps. It is still early. And I have the exit out the drawing room, the exit out the courtyard. I haven't tried those doors yet, so I don't know for sure that they're unlocked. They're not security doors, at least. I think we'll just keep options open. Bedroom. Then we have yet another pawn. Oh, a coin purse. Ooh, okay, so if we can get to the coat check where our lucky rabbit's foot has been sitting for years, it feels like, then we have the workshop recipe, so we could combine those. And I have lots of coins. Maybe that could be beneficial. Anything else in here? No. Okay, we have a lot of pawn room options. That's good. Den will connect us back to the courtyard. Yep. Let's go get Den. Oh, have so much fun at that barbecue, Bert. Take care. Eat lots of food, drink lots of drinks, enjoy the sunshine, hopefully. I'll see you later. Okay, dining room on rank 4. Chapel. Kitchen. Dining room on rank 4. I think we'll go chapel. Did they repair the floor? Oh, they did. Okay. But we do have a dig spot. That's good. We saw that hint about all of the candle. Is it a candelabra if it's just one? But the ones with the ruby on it, we can light. We just don't have the ability to light them yet. We need to find an item. And we have a bishop. Up to the sky. Let's look at some pretty... Yeah, it seems like unless I get the king or the queen, then I can just kind of look back at our floor plan to figure that out. Okay. Okay, because the king and the queen are kind of our limiting factors. Let's head out to the east side. Honestly, I feel bad about... Well, they have taken lots of money from me. Against my will. I didn't donate it. Also, though, I don't think we've ever had dig spots in the chapel. But with the root cellar, that makes sense. Is there a shovel in here, perchance? Don't want to close us off, though. Okay. Could go fill in that southeast corner with the morning room. East Wing Hall, I like that it gives us the option. Oh, I did want to go back to the office to reread the terminal. Because when I was taking notes on the dates, I had used a 1993 calendar to base off my dates instead of using the clues within the game or the calendar that was in the drafting room. Okay, I'd rather take East Wing Hall to be able to fill out more room. It's all right. Oh, wow. Okay, finally we can see this statue face on. Every single time we see it, the pillars are obstructing the view. So it is the same one that's in the chapel. And that random boat. I think let's go south. Try and fill in as many rooms as we can. Here, patio. Patio I like. Please give me a shovel. Please give me a shovel. Is there a shovel? There is no shovel. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. We'll take our gem. And then there might be gems. There will be gems in the courtyard in the... Oh, lots of green. I think let's go commissary and... Hope that there is a shovel for sale. There is. Nice. Okay. And we have lots of money, so that's good. All right, let's do shovel. And I also do enjoy the metal detector. I'm gonna go metal detectors. Right. Let's go dig up all the rooms. Key. Oh, I guess maybe I didn't need the metal detector since I'll find coins and keys in the dirt pile. Oh well. Some coins. A turnip. Another coin. Nothing of interest. At least it wasn't trash. All right. So we did have dig spots back in the chapel, back in the courtyard, green room, kennel, and then back in the root cellar as well. Let me try this door and see if it's locked. Ooh. I got excited about the locksmith, but considering we're going to be digging up so many different dirt piles, I doubt we will need the keys. So the only benefit there would be to get a special key. But there will be more dig spots in the morning rooms. The green room, I think I will do. Honestly, yeah, Mr. Nagula was already complaining about being set up on a bad foot from the previous groundskeeper, and now he's gonna have to go back and fill in all these holes. I'm so sorry, Mr. Nagula. Let's see. Walk-in closet, pantry would lead north, observatory. I think we just got our 20th star yesterday. Right now I have the drawing room and the chapel as exits, so I think I'm going to do pantry. I'm gonna walk in, grab my, hopefully not an apple, a banana. Okay, I'll take it. Take our banana, and then let me go back. Let's backtrack and try and get all of our dig spots. And then we can fill out the west wing. Got the patio. We can go chapel. That was in the game. I don't own a dog. I don't think I've ever heard the dog bark like that. Okay, and another key. Excellent. Not too shabby. Do I want to go and fill in this space and hope it links back? And if it doesn't, I can backtrack. Let's see. I have dig spots here, 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 and here, obviously. Oh, and there was one in the storeroom too, I think. I have so many steps, I'm overthinking. Don't exhaust all your brain power. It's okay, you're gonna need. Let us go get all our dig spots. I'm gonna be rich. Hey, Standard Air, welcome in. I hope you had a good night or morning. Whichever. All right, so let's go drawing room, green room. Then we can go get all of our dig spots in. Just the one in here. Oh, there was another gems in the courtyard probably. Oh well. If we walk back through, we'll grab it. It's nice that we're grabbing all these turnips. That's good. Right. Oh my goodness. What are you guys hiding in here? Coins. Coin. Coin. No bones? And an old shoe. Okay, that's what I was expecting. Okay. You guys don't disappoint. Alright, they're not wearing any collars. Where are these cute name tags, Jeff? I guess we could just name them ourselves, I guess. Oh, what the heck? I'm having too much fun. My heart rate is too elevated. Oh, okay. I don't see any cute name tags. Unless they're on, like, the inside of the door or something. Bummer. Maybe we'll find a picture that has them or something. Alright, since we're so close to the front, let's go out and grab all of our dig spots in the root cellar so that we can just continue into the estate without having to back. Oh, but they do have names. Okay, thank you. But they do have names. Alright, good. Good. It's gonna be a good day. We got 4 steps. Man, I hope we get the bookshop today. Or the... What is it? The luxury store? Oh, yeah. And we have the coin purse? Wow, we're rich. 2 dice, 5 keys, 9 gems, and 37 coins. Okay, hopefully the drafting gods are kind to us then. We can make use of all of this. We do still need to get back to room 46 to actually explore it. I'm assuming you can enter if you draft it again. Because we got the cutscene, but then the day ends, so. Alright, I think let's go drawing room as our next draft. Follow the corner around. So cute. I still don't know what the code is in this room. Tried a few different things. Still no closer to figuring it out. We do not have the car keys, and I don't want to block us off there. So West Wing will probably be our smartest option. Oh, do they just bark every single time? Or most times that I dig something up? That's... Okay, that's cute. What are you... Oh, there it is. Oh. Let's go east. Oh, okay, there is the workshop. So if we can get the coat check to try and combine with our coin purse, we're already kind of loaded. But that might be super helpful if we can get some good shops going. Gymnasium isn't much better. It doesn't give us more options. Hallway would connect us up to the... Did I have... I had to rearrange my notes because it was getting a little too cluttered and then things were skipping. So we could combine the metal detector and the shovel. And potentially the shovel could be combined with something else and the metal detector. Okay. This... Sledgehammer is only in 1 though. We haven't made a contraption before. I do still have the west wing to exit and the pantry, and we're okay on keys. All right, let's actually make something then. First time for everything. A brick. We have read everything. Oh, and there is a battery pack in here. Okay, hold on. That means sledgehammer and battery pack, and then it said, and maybe broken lever. All right. Give it a try. Oh, here's where that sheet music. That letter changed. It was an M or a W before. Okay, so it's number 8. Stones. Find among the white stone. I remember there were 2 sheet music pieces in the ballroom. I don't recall where that final one is. We will keep our eyes out. Keep our eyes open. Keep our eyes peeled. All right. What can we make? So if I put this together, it wants the final piece. We can do shovel and metal detector. A detector shovel. Why not? Let's do it. Some good tinkering sound. Oh. The functionality of this, I have questions. Okay. All right. What do you do? An improved detector shovel. Greater chance of finding coins and keys. Much greater chance of finding coins and keys while digging. Okay. So we really need to get lucky with drafting so we can get some good shots. Yesterday I was thinking the only way you'd ever have enough coins for that kind of thing was with the vault, but dig spots are really useful. Oh, and the experiment that we did, yeah. Let's just go back to the west wing. Have I read the description of the kennel? Wow, what synergy we have today then with the root cellar and the kennel, and I have a detector shovel. That's pretty damn good. Okay. I'm just thinking about if drafting didn't go our way. I have our 2 reroll dice, so I will make sure to use those very, very, very sparingly. Very strategic. So we're gonna go kitchen, I guess, to go into the foundation. Thank you for that tip to reread the description of the kennel. I do forget those. I feel fine on steps, but let's see what's on the menu for today. Un plátano. Bacon and eggs. Oh, you can get this. Didn't we already have the morning room? Will it add a second morning room? We still haven't seen the trophy room yet, which I would really like to see. And the accessibility update should have come with a vegetarian option. I don't think there's a reason we need to go into the basement right now. We should really be picking up the tin cans. Or like the rusty nails. Yeah, we gotta pick that up. I'm gonna step on it tomorrow. Oh, there's one more. That's why the dogs bark when you dig. Thank you. I did not make that connection. That makes a lot of sense. So when the dogs bark, potentially that meant a door was locked in the room. Thank you, dogs. Yeah, in the basement. Got our extra floor plan. And I don't have any other clues about the torch chamber or anything like that. We could go down and open up the... Oh, well, hold on a second. 4K, why? Why did that happen? Merlin, thank you. Did you have a good rest of your stream? You're a lot of fun, Merlin. I like you. You're a lot of fun. Why has this happened? I had a dig spot in here. Yeah, at least I have the keys. At least I have the key. Oh no, okay. Yeah, we gotta reroll. Well, we don't have to. We do have the pantry. No, I want to reroll. Do hallway to keep us moving north. Break room. I do love a good math puzzle, but we're not really hurting on items. I do want the answer to that, generic, please. Why did I have the kennel? So why did when I dug a spot in the foundation, the door was still locked? Thanks, Merlin. Yeah, don't spoil yourself. It's way more rewarding to solve it on your own. I agree. Fair. Yeah, I think I also am trying to think of, because my brain just gets so exhausted with this game sometimes, which is good. I like it. That I want to mix in a less cognitively loaded game to give my brain a little bit of a break sometimes. A bug. Okay. If there's a reason though, I'll gladly take it. Applies to rooms you've dragged. Ah. Okay, we could call it a bug or we could call it a feature. Because it's not a normal room and then I didn't draft it today. It's just always there. I think that makes sense. I think that reasoning. Okay, locksmith. No thank you. No thank you. I think I will just go hallway. What do we got? Okay, we do have the pool. We've yet to be able to connect the boiler room to the pump room. We've had them on the same day, but we just didn't have the connectors to go between them. I haven't seen the locker room and I haven't seen the sauna. However, my computer hates the pool, I think because of the water texture. Do we want to keep the pool this way or do I want to rotate? Left and... I think maybe we rotate that way so then if we need to, we can use the pantry up. Then that at least gives us a route to the west and to the north. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, no running in the pool, kids. Yet there are running shoes. Well, at least they took them off, right? Occasionally saves you steps when traveling longer distances across the estate grounds. That's perfect for me. I love to backtrack. I'm gonna check the corners, make sure there wasn't a dig spot in the pool. No. Aquarium. Dining room. We are at least rank 6. That could be okay. Do we have a use for the breaker box? No. Oh, I really wish that you could read those, that it would kind of pop up a little bit. Really tests my memory. There might be dig spots in here. And I wonder if... Probably there won't be a gem from the courtyard. Or from the patio. That's probably just all the green rooms that were already drafted. Okay, a compass. That could be beneficial. More floor plans leading north. Yeah, another key. Oh, and then the dogs barked. Okay. Thank you for making that connection for me. I don't think I would have noticed that on my own. I don't think I would. Heading north. We could figure out what the coin purse with the lucky rabbit's foot does. We do have the workshop. Do I have any gear rooms? The workshop is a gear room, and the lab. So there'll be either 2 or 3 doors. I'm not sure if the room itself counts. Well, that's probably just the door to get in. There'll be 2 exits off this one. I just don't know where. Okay. Yeah, let's go mechanary. Alright. Then we can go left or right. This room just creeps me out. It kind of gives me... Is it thalassophobia? Is that the fear of like large, dark areas? I'm just afraid something's gonna swim up from underneath, even though I'm sure it's just a dark pit with nothing. Lots of spiders. Let me try this door first. I know we have lots of keys, but don't want to use them all. All right, I think we got to do cloister. We could redraw. But I don't think there's a reason to. I'll still have 3 gems left. I think let's do... Spiders are great. Spiders are friends. I don't know why evolution gave them so many legs, but they are friends. Hello? Oh. Thank you, dogs. Wow, that's such a good combination. Oh, this is a different one. We had box 233 before, but now this one's 149. Okay, so if we can get the vault. Or we can always go back to... Oh, hold on. My makeshift light box that I made out of hot glue and a tissue. Just finally decided, you know what? A hot glue and a tissue is not really work. That's alright. Okay. Hold on one second. Don't want to be blinded. Alright. We've read this note. Okay. Okay. So we're hoping for the vault. I can go back to the coat check. Oh, we didn't draft the coat check. Why do I keep thinking we drafted it? We had it as an option. We had it as an option twice. Let's head east first. Ooh, a locker room. Or the pump room. Okay. But the pump room needs power, correct? So... we would really need to make sure that we... Not that... Okay, so since this is a gear room, then I wonder if the mechanarium's gonna have another door off of it. Alright. The locker room's a new room. Locker room is a new room. But I really want the pump room. Okay, I think I'll do locker room, since it'll at least give us access to potentially 3 more rooms. And if we don't get the pump room, we don't get the pump room. That's fine. We can always do that on another day. And then if we need keys, I guess we'll have hella keys throughout. Okay, this is a new room. Exciting. All right, let's explore slowly. Ooh. 2, 3. Okay, so I have 8 keys. Wow, 4, 5, 6. Damn. They don't have any names or pictures or anything to kind of indicate to me this is the one that you should look at. That's okay. So, all right, we have the running shoes. Let us... Oh, that would have been a nice combo with the office for sure. Let us... I'll open up as many as I can. And then 34 steps. We do have the running shoes. And then we'll run around the estate and collect more keys, I guess. Okay with that. The real question is how do I decide which ones I want to open first? Then we don't have a key card today. Man, oh man. Okay. I'm gonna open up the farthest first. Okay, someone's holding all of their money in their locker. Nothing else. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, those are my favorite ones, the blue teardrops. We have 69 coins. Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. Why is this green? We did see an image with one of the employees holding a red card that said green notes in Harvey's room are false. It didn't say anything else about green. Kirk Darren. Kirk. And pseudonym just means an alternate name. It's not like an anagram or something. Interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen that name before, or anything even resembling it. All right, we'll just keep it in mind, I guess. Got 5 more keys. Too bad the metal detector doesn't go off before you unlock it. Oh, that's real. That's nice, finding a key inside. Ah, here we go. Oh. All right, this is from the grade 2 classroom. 6 or 0. This resembles the... We had seen a note in the grotto. Hold on. Where did I put her? I think maybe I deleted her. But it was just Roman numeral 1. There was an empty line, and then it was 100. So that kind of resembles that. Yeah, is this gonna give us the code to the admin terminal in the grotto? 64 something? No, that's not how you spell 4. Oh, that's handy. Okay, so we can get through that room now. We did not draft a security room yet today, so no changes. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Today would be a good day to get the freezer. Every time we've gotten the... Oh, boo. Every time we've gotten the freezer, we haven't had really that much to save, so I never drafted it. All right. So let us backtrack. We're looking for keys. We've at least got the metal detector, so hopefully we won't miss any. How many more do we need to unlock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Wow, I'm amazed at our luck with our combination of rooms. That's really nice. I'm gonna think of how I want to route this. Go mechnarium. I'm assuming... Oh no, we didn't draft the pump room. Okay, so this door will still be closed, or there won't even be a door there. This door was locked. We have a key card. How many steps do I got? I got 33. And we still have the kitchen. Okay, so let's go and weave our way down. When we go through the kitchen, let's maybe buy at least the club sandwich. And then I guess I'll just weave and web from there. What did I say? I said mechnarium aquarium pool. Oh. Are you telling me in this room or this room? Ah, right there. Nice. Okay. We're on the hunt for keys. Because I have lots of people's lockers that I want to break into. Invade their privacy. Oh, there it is. I'm debating, and I'll think about it as we're walking through, if I want to go down to the basement to open up the antechamber just in case we get there, because we have so many items. Okay. Oh, we can afford lots. I'm just trying to be mindful because I know the books cost 50. I think I'll sell, but I don't want the banana. Which way do I want to go? What else was for sale in the commissary? Probably just gems and a salt shaker. Don't feel too pulled to go do that. Could go Room ends. I was trying to see if there was a way for me to explore down below and then end up back here to the pantry. I want to go... Got 51 steps. Maybe I'm thinking about that too hard then. It's just a bummer because this section right here doesn't connect back. It dead ends. We'd have to walk through and then walk back through again. Whereas if we go here... then I'm at least hitting multiple rooms and ending up at the pantry. I've got so many steps. We're overthinking. I'm gonna try something because I know it gets stuttery as soon as we start to get a lot of rooms going. And like I said, the pool. My computer really hates the pool. If I switch this to 60 FPS or 30 FPS, does that make it better? My technology nerds, I need you. Will that make it better? I think also Obsidian might be pulling a lot. Like I've said before, I built this computer 10 years ago and it has not seen any upgrades since, so. Oh no, hell no. No thanks. That's a huge nope. See, but then we might get screen tearing. Oh yeah, no, we gotta keep VSync on. We gotta keep VSync. Did I even make a decision here? I don't think I made a decision. Man, no more extra keys in here. That's a bummer. Nor in here. Wow. Oh, but we do have dig spots. Take it, thank you. Okay. Alright, so we can open up half. Well, if I used them all, which I probably will not. Although I assume... Don't make assumptions. I'm assuming that since I was able to find this note in there, in one of the lockers, that there's probably the other pieces there. But would be worth it. Alright, so on our way back up, we will... Once we hit the drawing room, we're going to go courtyard. And then work our way back through. Okay. That was worth it at least to get back to the storage room for the dig spots. Hello. Still have no idea what that cat picture in the kennel is for. With the cat reaching over the blocks. I thought it was tied to the periodic table, and then I thought it was tied to our letter puzzle. But we don't have a C and an A over anything. Cute. Two of my cats are laying next to me. They look cute together. Down into the lab and up around. Please, sir, I need more keys. Please give me... Oh. Where is it? Corner? Where are you? it's probably... Okay, worth it. Every single time I find another key, I go, okay, that wasn't a dumb decision. That was an okay decision. It was worth it. Okay, we're up to 6. Let's go chapel. I'm just thinking, because if I go to the pantry and I need to use keys to link back up to the locker room, I'm gonna have to use them. I'm okay with that. We're gonna be going through more rooms, so potentially we will get more. Yeah. Involuntary donation? Go commissary, or corridor rather. Any other keys? Enjoined. Oh, you think it's just kind of like a fun thing because it's in the kennel that it's a cat picture? Fair. Fair. It could be a red herring. It could be. The only... Well, I'm sure there are other red herrings we've come across and we just haven't noticed. But I was going to say the only other thing that we've seen that was purposefully misleading was the... Hold on, I'm going to check and see how many bedrooms I have. Was the... What was I just saying? Was the music sheets. Yeah, that was the only other kind of purposefully misleading puzzle. I don't remember what the sleeping mask does. Something about walking into bedrooms for the first time with the sleeping mask. Which I don't have a lot of bedrooms. Salt shaker. No thanks. Alright. And there weren't any keys in this room. That's a bummer. That's alright. Let us keep moving north then, and we'll branch off of the pantry. Okay. I did say I want to go back to the office. Ooh, the gift shop. We have so much money. The shirt was aesthetic, though. We have the swim trunks available. We do have the swim trunks. There is the safe in the office that I still haven't unlocked. I see you. Thank you. Yes, the office for sure. Thank you. Big brain, big brain. Okay. So we would still need to get the... We would still need to get the study, though. Unless we know for sure... Where was she standing? She was on a chessboard, and she was on D8. But the chessboard doesn't match up with our grid. Oh. Thank you, generic user. That was helpful. Do I have anything else I want to try on it? We've got a picture of, I'm assuming, Marion right here. I have to look at it from the other side. Let me read these terminals again. I want to double check our dates that I've written down. I can't remember if they were dated and then they said they had days of the week. Okay. Let us do the mail from Miss Ann Cabbage Babbage. Okay. And then those two were about the indicators in the break room, which we were able to open. No, okay, that was just a date. Okay. I wonder... When did we see the will then? Let's spread some money. Oop. Yeah, today would have been a great day to have the what is it? The conference room. That's the one I was thinking of, the Just draft a study. It can't be that. That's the only queen I think that we've seen in the game so far, so... Right, see, so this is giving Marion in front of the estate, right? The fountain's in the back, there's the mountain. The fountain in the mountain. She's got a book and a pen, so that's what makes me think it's Marion. So I was thinking it has to do something with Marion. Information that we have about Marion. We did find Marion's birthday. And I think I've tried that already, but let's try again. So 5156. Let me try one more time. I think I misclicked. I also am operating under the assumption, could be wrong, that each of these is 4 numbers. Maybe it's not. Oh, chipmunk. He just gets so mad at the other chipmunks. He's barking like crazy outside. Okay, she won an award on August 22nd. Went missing February 20th, maybe? I think that's one of the dates that I've got to double check too, because if I'm remembering correctly, it said Tuesday or something, and then I looked up a calendar to try and get that. In 87. Is it just the year 1956? The year a new clue was released. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me look at her passport we had found. Right, that's where we got her date of birth. There's no other... I highly doubt it's the issuing and expiry date of the package. Okay, no. Saw the letters or the numbers in the address we found about Sandy Heights. That is so... After a few threads is connected back to Marion, because we found the business card or napkin about the tea room that said Sandy Heights 5 p.m. We don't know much about Lady Clara. We know what year he died, but... Okay, and then there's also all these busts in here of the different people from the foyer, like the barons and the march. Or the barons and the... something. The barons and the queen. But when we were in the foyer, I don't remember being able to interact with any of those busts, and they didn't have numbers or dates on them to be able to give us... Because this note is in that drawer right there. So I think right now, I think I need to go back to the foyer to see whose face matches with what. And then it's probably... something to do with how many queens we see, which I know there was one. Right, she's right there. That one's easier to identify. And then we just have... No offense, we just have a bunch of white men who look the same, so it's hard for me to tell. They've got different facial hair, though, so that's probably what we're going to need to use, and their clothing. And then that guy's got really shifty eyes. I just don't remember which one matches up with which. And then there's most likely a distractor bust in here of the Count. And I say that because that one's in black, whereas the other ones are 4. That's a really good question, Jeff. Yes, I agree. I didn't consider that. Her true birthday is probably not on her escape passport. That's a good call. That's a good call. So I don't know for sure that that's her birthday. I was thinking about how old Simon is and what that means for how old Marion was. We've seen the note in the schoolhouse about her needing to take 8 months away. That also makes me wonder if her disappearance is tied with Simon's birth. I'm trying to remember the letter that we read, the red envelope from Daniel. If it said, for some reason the number 14 is coming to me, but the number 14 was here too, so I feel like that might be where my brain is getting 14 from. Because if the current year is 93, went missing in 87. Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense because then we would only be 6. That doesn't make sense. Okay. All right. So I do need to make sure the next time we go to the busts in the foyer, I need to make sure that I take screenshots of each person so I know who is who. Paying special attention to facial hair. And the one guy's balding on the top. Oh, and this guy's got... Oh, no, never mind. I thought he had more of like the Washington curl. Got a very bold mustache. That guy is scary. And he's got W style facial hair. And I mean that because it looks like a W. The mutton chops goes here, right? But he doesn't have anything here. We need to check out a book on facial hair, I think. That might be our next goal. All right, I'm gonna keep moving. We did scatter coins, so if we need money, we have that. 2 steps. Dark room. I don't like the idea of not being able to know for sure that we're connecting to the locker room. So I think I will go gymnasium. And if we need to redraw to connect... Oh, thank goodness there's a key card. Or a key card door. Ooh, fancy. Back up to the locker room. And we do still have exits out the cloister and then off the mechanarium. Do I want to get a star? Yes. And that does answer my question from before about the kitchen. If I already had the morning room, if it adds an additional morning room, so, okay. Right. We're gaining knowledge. Let's do observatory, I guess. What are you beeping on? Is it upstairs? No. Okay. I wonder if it was on the bench right out the gym. Oh, no, it's right there, blending in with the floor. There we go. Okay, so we do have 8. Oh, that was a security door because it was connecting to the locker room. That was a security door. That makes sense. 3 steps from our pie slice, 5 more gems. All right, and we have 8 keys. We have 8 keys, so we could open up the rest of these. The mechanarium door is locked. I'm gonna open up maybe 5 or 6 more, and then I would like to check the cloister to make sure that we have a way out. But we definitely need to save one for the mechanarium. Wow, so many gems. Ooh. The facial hair book is just... We have read Simon's Age. Ooh, okay, okay. The 2 notes that are coming to mind that might have Simon's Age are the inheritance note on the front in the entrance hall. Because it said something like, oh, I remember when I was younger and first inherited it and it sounded weird. And I wonder if he mentions an age there. The other note I'm thinking of is the one in the mailroom from Daniel. Talking about how we're packing before heading out. Does that say the age? Okay. Oh, are you a fake door? Oh, so maybe we didn't need 8? Give me another note, please. I would like another note. An apple that are extra delicious today. Okay, spare set of car keys and some coins. Man, I thought we were going to find more of that hint to the... Why can I not open you? What secrets do you hold? But I thought we were going to find more of the note Well, see, now I got it on 2 pages. I don't know where anything is. Hold on. How are we gonna find more of this? Oh, there's another place where that talks about standard error. Okay, there's a different place. Okay. Nothing's coming to mind, so maybe we haven't encountered it yet. That's possible. 6, 4, 4. Okay. All right. I guess we can't open this locker, and it is what it is. Let's keep moving north. Man, we have so many items. A little overwhelming. Okay. We're hoping for the vault because we have the security or the vault key. I do love the library. Valerium would close us off. We do still have this one door off the mechanary. Okay. I'm a glutton for knowledge. We have to do the library. This is our goal. Oh, okay. I thought I had rented Realm and Rune, but maybe we had just bought it. So The Curse of the Black Bridge by Redford Ealing. We've seen Bridge. I'm thinking of the note in the kitchen where Bridget's name is spelled out and Bridge is all lowercase. So bridges are important. All right, reading time. Forward. The legend of the Black Bridge is one that's well known to people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Black Bridge. In the end, I chose to write down what felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Okay. We do have a bridge on the map of Reddington. It doesn't have a label next to it, though. Maybe we'll... Okay, got some polysymbolism, potentially. Part 1, the berry picker from Oris. Okay, all right. We're gonna get some exposition drop for sure. Okay. The Oris was our first king in the first era, Ajira. Oh my goodness, okay. Excellent. All right. Make sure you got a snack nearby. Part 1. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst. And for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more laid unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the gentry, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise, high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out. An easy and well-traveled road, paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the gentry lands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. Hold on one second. Black Bridge Grotto. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, the notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Unholy Hounds. Okay, so we've got a very underprivileged 13-year-old. Desperation makes you do desperate things when you're in survival mode, so that makes sense. Okay. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. Ooh, new vocab word unlocked. I like that, ignoble. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Black Bridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthermost berry patches without worrying of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Okay. Jesper was patient, but even his patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the lost... lots of reading. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Okay, so if he's coming from... We have the Black Bridge Grotto at the estate, so it must be somewhere here-ish, potentially. And I wonder if he is making his way up to this bridge. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the sky. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confidants, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. Definitely the red symbolism in here for sure. The red dots, New Grove. Okay. I'm just wondering what the color of the berries were that were overpicked, that he had already picked. A carriage is approaching. The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It was not just any carriage, it was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. Okay, it just says that it has gold trims. Seeing if it had... We have white horses at the front. It doesn't say what color the carriage was. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he had stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effort that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy, get out from behind that bush," he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper quickly contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his clue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them. I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far?" Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." Okay, so here is Tanner Fork. So I wonder if we are talking to one of the barons, either Herbert, Simon, or their father. Or it could just be a valet of some sort. All right. A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Tanner Fork was the exact opposite that he traveled. While the response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, you could see why it might seem less believable here. Oh, okay, so maybe we aren't. He's gone all the way up here. Potentially. To either the Epson's Keep or even farther north. Oh, or he could be... Okay. All right. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself? Jesper felt happier with this response as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriages, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth. All right. Originally, I was thinking that these berries were going to be poisonous, and he was going to bring them back, and the bandits would all die from it. But considering that we've met a man who says that they are edible, that hypothesis is probably not true. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at that moment his fingers touched the first berry. The dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes, and for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pocket. Wow, he worked so hard to get that basket of berries. But at a moment, he decided that he wanted to steal somebody else's. Okay, all right. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you, the indignity of walking, appeals to me. Especially after the man kind of pointed out his own privilege of always having a carriage. Yeah, that definitely would create a more defensive, why me sort of thing. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind him. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. That's some bold symbolism for sure. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This is all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Okay, that makes sense, because then if he was had a master, the inside would be clean to take the master around. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. The berry picker from Orza. I just wanted to read the name of the part again. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. "You are cursed, boy, for deadly is that stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed." Fuck. Okay. All right. I'm thinking about the symbolism of that this is such an old box, and he just used force to crush it, to break in the disrespect to the, his ancestors and whatnot, and history. Okay. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. "What is this?" "That's one." Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. "One what, you mumbling agenter?" Okay, I've never heard that word. "And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person?" The man did not seem intimidated. "One pace." He paused for effect. 12 more, and you will be dead." He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. Okay, so Jesper hit him. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Okay. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had, of course, heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries and raving about a curse that could not very well be real. No. It would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. Ooh, that gave me goosebumps. Okay. But Jesper found his legs unable to move to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of this figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function oft secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. So I wonder if the original driver was cursed and that's why he was on the carriage. There's such heavy symbolism of differing classes as well, of having a carriage with gold trim versus a boy who has to walk everywhere and is desperate, and the things that we do in desperation. Okay, let's read part 2, Below the Black Bridge. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. Wait, who is Miller? Miller awoke to some light nudging him from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Okay, so Miller is the female, and then someone's waking her up. Got it. Okay. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness, hi, Churro. Hello, Churro. Hi. You saying hi? Do you want to sit in my lap? Okay. You can. Can you stay there, though? No walking back and forth, please. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often meant. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Okay, so I'm assuming we're still with the unholy hound. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia, okay, that's another person, was already posted. Ravia. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a jesper in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy never. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Gotcha. Did we have? So, connecting Oris and Reddington. So it is probably not this bridge. It is something a little bit farther down. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern house bandit, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Revia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, suddenly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quickly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Revia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew that she was trying to say what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Revia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Revia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Black Guard was nearby. Gotcha, okay. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Revia's eyes met Miller's. The same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downward, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had nocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Revia was gone before the whisper had even... Oh, she said, go! Revia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into the embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Okay, so is this Jesper? Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see that Revia, among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they had both now realized. They had made a mistake. Ooh, goosebumps. The gang's chieftain, Joffrey Heartslasher, that's a badass name, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox who near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and behind him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. All right, so this is Jesper. And we don't know how far apart this has been, but he still looks small. He still looks young. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. Wow, what a sentence. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness, in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Okay, so as always, magnifying glass might be helpful. Thanks, SiriBot. We literally spent an hour reading this book, it feels like. Magnifying glass. I see that there are lots of swords, and then I'm assuming this is the effigy. And then we have our symbol for Orindia here. I wanted to look at our two... Okay. All right. All right, we're almost done. Cat hair in my mouth. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Revia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Revia placed 2 bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. 2 bent fingers confirmed that what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others, that the blackguard was right there. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon at the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned, now they speak. Man, I don't know why that last paragraph really got me. Wow. These are desperate people. Yes, they resort to violence. Yes, they resort to taking from others. And only when they are being attacked do they make noise. Wow, okay. Whew, what a book. That was a very long book. Thank you for being patient as I read that and processed it. There is just so much symbolism. Yes. And over the years, it became more colorful, more verbose, and increasingly horror. Interesting. Okay. What is this hand reaching out? Reaching from below the bridge. Wow. Okay. I have to take a short break because I need to use the restroom. That was a lot to process. Goodness gracious. Geez, what a long ass book to read at the end of a really long estate day. All right. Once I come back from break, and it'll only take a minute or two, we will check out the exit out the library, and we do have one more exit out the mechanarium. What were we trying to do? We're hoping for the vault potentially. We're hoping for the luxury store or the bookshop because we have lots of coins. All right. Give me a few moments. I'm going to go use the restroom. I encourage you to do the same. Get some water, stretch your legs. I will be right back. Sorry, I was thinking, how did you get that picture of me? Standard error. Jeez, creepy. That's such a cute little rabbit, though. I like his feet, his ears, his eyes, everything about him. Okay. Wow. That book was intense. Did I put these on? So much to digest from that book. I don't know that there were explicit clues necessarily, more so creating the context of the separation of classes at the time, the symbolism of the red berries, of taking rather than working, and how that looks different from different perspectives. That was good. That was a nice short story. It was a lot, but it was nice. Okay. All right, we have that, and then this mechnarium door was also locked. I guess we will use our key. Please give me a shop. Oh, okay. I think we might go gallery. Porque I had some brainstorming yesterday. Surprisingly, after a beer, my brain was not overthinking things, and then I could kind of see and just look at the picture for what it was. Gallery will lead us off to the east. Music room goes up. Rotunda is nice. I do want to go to the gallery. I would like to go to the gallery. Okay. So let me walk you through my thought process. Well, let me fill in the one that we already know. Oh, that's already there. Okay, good. Oh, but the guy isn't... Do I need to flip this back? No, it's interesting because last time the Atlas statue had gone down a little bit, but he's raised again. Okay, so the next one that I had figured out was this one yesterday. We have all the pieces that are telling us about truth, genuine, veritable, actual. And then y'all were like, why are there so many eyes? That's a good question. Okay, so if something's true, it is also real. And then paired with eyes, we get realize. God. Okay, slow down. Don't click so. And I'm glad that, I know it may have been a little bit boring yesterday, but I'm glad that I took the time to write down all the possible letters so that I could brainstorm and kind of guess and check as I went along. Excellent. Okay, okay. Oh, so now I see, so it just moved twice. I'm too short. We have non-functional knees. This is the story of my life. Oh, nope, we can interact. Excuse me. On. Are there usually only 2 gems in there? Yeah, okay, good. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, it went down yesterday with Think, but when we came back in, it was raised again. Okay, this one was the one where I think looking at it again with a fresh brain was super beneficial. the first things that we had noticed were that all of these items that are being displayed are red. We've got a rose, an apple, fire hydrant, stop sign, a wagon. The P was really throwing me off because I thought, okay, P over red, pred, we're in the sky, predators of the sky, so like birds of prey. Then I was thinking like raptor, osprey, falcon, hawk, eagle. That wasn't getting us anywhere. Then I thought, okay, we're in the sky because the red is light. It's levitating. So light red, pinks. And I was looking at different words for pink, and I was also looking at the symbolism of pink. And then I was thinking, okay, well, what's the opposite of light red? Maybe either dark red or dark blue. So then I was looking at all of that. And then I realized, ponder. There is a P on the mirror of red. Ponder. And I think that was because after figuring out think and realize, those were almost synonymous. Those words are so closely related. So that was definitely helpful to ponder, to think, to realize that these words were probably going to be related to each other. Okay. I see, so that box should have been that low. It is what it is. All right. And everyone's favorite. Oh boy. All right, this one was, I went down a bit of a Wikipedia rabbit hole. Yesterday, we tried homicide because I was thinking, we have the 7 deadly sins. We have an infinity symbol or a sideways 8 for the 8th deadly sin. Or saying, what's the infinite deadly sin? What's the worst thing you could do? Paired with the shark, I thought homicide. And we had the letters for homicide, so it was a little disappointing that we didn't get that. I then was looking at in ancient Greek philosophy, there used to be an 8th deadly sin. Lots of different cultures and religions have the deadly sins and the virtues and whatnot. And that was listlessness. Kind of similar to sloth, but more so like apathetic, where you are indifferent to things and you don't act upon it. Or you're stuck going in circles like a shark, or you're in this infinite loop. But when paired with the other 3 words, think, ponder, realize, I thought, okay, thinking in a loop is ruminating. I'm going to try that. You get caught in the cycle of thinking about the same thing over and over again, and it keeps you trapped. We are in a room, and this is technically an 8, especially if we think about to the school rooms. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, infinity 9. So like an 8, a room with an 8. No. So let's see if that works. Otherwise, I would like to try listless next, even though it doesn't really pair with other words very well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What do the nails represent? I did get trapped in that cycle yesterday. That's why I was telling Merlin that a beer helped, because I was going too symbolic with it. Pins. Like on pins and needles. Pin. Put a pin in it? Ah. Yeah, people say put a pin in it and you hold it for later. You put it on the back burner. And if you pin everything in your brain, you're just going to be stuck. Excellent. Okay, okay. I see you, Christopher Manson. What is this? E8. Presumably will unlock room 8. Another key we haven't seen before. Hold on, I feel like I need to absorb my win here for a second. Oh, take care, Jeff. I'm glad you were able to hang around for as long as you were. I will see you next time. Take care. Man, oh man. I ran down to my husband. I was like, I got it. And he was like, do you know that they're right? And I was like, no, I still have to try them tomorrow, but I feel confident. All right. Let's just use our special key. Why not? We just earned it. Quite literally, room 8. Oh boy. Okay. I see zodiac symbols here for all the different animals. We'll read those in a moment. I see. So we're probably going to put each animal in one of the deadly sins boxes. Gotcha. Okay. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. The fuck does that mean? Oh, I just have it now? Or am I holding it? I see. Can I just put him back? The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. Okay. I am wondering if it's kind of like the code where each letter represents a different number. So I'll look at that in a second. I'm gonna read some of these other ones. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. How many of these have an N in them? Envy, gluttony, sloth. Oh. Mundanity. I wonder if that kind of ties in with the listlessness. That is indeed the 8th. Did I not? What is going on? Oh, I put it back. Oh, I didn't have to take it. Oh no, I exited the room. That's what happened. Okay, so lion can go mundanity, gluttony, or envy. Okay. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. The bin I end up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. Can I put them back on the... no. So, monkey. The bend in the tail points to hubris. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. I'm assuming that has to do with sloth then. I'm pretty sure when I was looking at the room directory, if we look at the den, oh, room 8 is quite literally room 8. Den. Right, and the clocks are there to avoid inevitably wasting the entire day here. Rest is not wasted, but if you have other things to do, I suppose. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear in each sin. No. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each. Hold on, I'm just going to get that out of there just in case. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. A letter and its twin. Twin letters. In letter. The only double letter we have is gluttony right now. I'll try that there. No. Okay, I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin. I don't like that reasoning that I've just used, so I'll come back to that one. You won't find my bin in between sin. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. Okay, so that's probably mundanity. Mundanity. Oh, okay, I can just pick it up again. Right, because we weren't able to see that in the picture. It's on the end, it's the 8th one. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. So it wants to be close to the fin. Sum of my sin as it is. The sum in as it is pet. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit it all in. So, gluttony. Okay. Let us start taking some notes. We had a dog, swan, an elephant, monkey, near rug tail. Swan is near shark fin. What else do we have? We had a rabbit, penguin, and a bear. So, elephant is one of the... Ooh. Okay. I was assuming gluttony, because it is a little bit more squished, but mundanity is also. But the dog... Dog is in a bin on the end. Let's add another column. Oh, so sorry, so sorry. Do you want a fun... I would love a fun fact. I love fun facts. Please give me another fun fact. I know yesterday you told me that the artist had basically been commissioned. Hubris. I'm pretty confident that the bear is the sloth. Oh, I picked it up? Yeah. All right. I don't know what that means. I'm pretty sure the swan is envy. All right, so we've got elephant, rabbit, and penguin. And lion. And lion is the one with the N in it. With an N. So that could be envy, which is taken. It could be gluttony. It could be mundanity, which is also taken. Man, that word is hard to say. So that probably leaves gluttony. Answers can be found in the directory in the puzzle room tree. That's clever. A small chamber dedicated to the exhibition of art, ideal for showcasing smaller series and collections. Before his passing, H.S. Sinclair personally selected the artwork that was displayed here each year, purposefully omitting the composition titles to leave the interpretation of each piece for the viewers themselves to realize. Are you just saying in general? In the puzzle? Oh, in each puzzle room. For his guests to think and conversate. For the staff to ponder over. And then this for, unsurprisingly, key 8 unlocked a door leading to a very familiar looking room, a cryptic room that had been previewed in the final 8-letter artwork exhibited in the gallery. It is now time to ruminate over the bins, sins, Oxford comma, and pins contained within. That is a pretty fun fact. I'm gonna have to look at that. That's cool. He wrote a book. It's not like a gallery book. It's an actual, like a novel. For someone to create that clever of artwork, I'm sure that book is amazing. So I'll check it out. For sure. I finally got my library card, so hopefully my library has that. All right. Gluttony, penguin, rabbit, and elephant. So penguin is about the sum. What words are we missing? We're missing lust, wrath, and avarice. Lust? Wrath? I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Letter and its twin. Okay, avarice has 2 A's in it, and mundanity has 2 N's in it. Couple letters. That makes no sense, but hopefully I don't need to reference it. All right, which leaves wrath and lust. The sum of my sin as it is penned. What throws me off is that both of these words have letters near the end of the alphabet. So if it was A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, I'm not going to end up with 8. But maybe we end up with something for 10. Okay, well, what did the other one say again? To my chagrin is written thin to fit it all in. So probably wrath. Is this saying like date, D8? Something should happen probably, right? All right. Envy. What? No, you cannot scratch my chair, dude. Not cool, man. I'm gonna try swapping these two. Because there are only 3 near the fin. So it could also be. Look through. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend of the tail of the ski. I feel pretty confident about that one. That one seems like a no contest to that. This guy, though, you won't find my bin in between sin. I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. That has 2 A's in it. This has 2 N's. The bear makes sense to me. So I think this was one of the reasons why the 8th sin, like listlessness, and what I'm assuming is mundanity, were removed because it ties similarly to sloth. So maybe this is actually mundanity. Oh, welcome back, Bert. It's a puzzle book. Fuck. Okay, maybe I won't rent it from the library. I'm adding that to my Christmas list. Thank you. So it is like artwork involved and then puzzle. How was your barbecue? Eat any good food? Drink any good drinks? Puzzle book. I'm very intrigued. Puzzle book, yes. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm putting the bear here. A bin down on the end could also be this bin, potentially. Yeah, what does this mean, the sum of my sin? Are the 7 deadly sins numbered? Then they would still be... So maybe you are number 8 because that is the 8th deadly sin. And this does go here underneath the shark fin. And this would technically, relatively be considered a box on the end. The only 2 numbers that we have in this room right now are 8 and 10. Or infinity. The sum of my sin. Sum makes me think numbers, but maybe that's kind of a red herring. Maybe they're saying the compounding nature of the sin. Sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. That's got to be something with the letters of the words then. Okay, gluttony has 2 T's in it. Avarice has 2 A's. Mundanity has 2 N's. So I feel okay with the rabbit here. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Yeah. Because next to gluttony, sloth doesn't have any double letters and neither does wrath. Let me read the den description one more time. More traditional family room, warm and inviting, so comfortable one might assume that the countless clocks surrounding the sofas are placed in a futile attempt to avoid inevitably wasting the entire day. That does read more sloth to me. I think it is sloth. You just have an N in it, so you could be envy, mundanity, or gluttony. Chris. The number 10 I see here. If we spend a minute or 10, that would be... You ate too much. Oh no, you need to... Probably ready for bed now then, aren't you? This is a sign of a good barbecue. Lots of food. And hopefully good people, music. Neighbor also has double letters. Some of the sin. So the swan is either envy or lust. Both. Well, hold on. It's just saying it can't go away from the shark fin and have been far from the shark fin. Maybe it's not underneath. Damn. Here's a long word. Hey, Lord Fire. Welcome in. Standard error, my brain goes stutter. Nope, that says standard error. Okay. One's on the edge. Yeah. That feels like it's gotta be mundane. It's not between sins, and it can't be hubris because hubris is taken by the monkey who is near the tail. Okay, I feel good about that. Avarice, sloth. We've got these four. Envy, lust, wrath, gluttony. Envy. I'm going to change this from near shark fin to not far from shark fin. Shark fin, hoo-ha-ha. Away. Maybe let's look. Let's look at the lion. N words could be gluttony or envy. Gluttony or envy. Hold on. Long words were mundanity and gluttony, and since the other box next to mundanity is taken, elephant most likely is wrath. Yeah. Since we think the bear is sloth, that leaves wrath. Consider my programmer knowledge is not to par. I don't know what those means. When I see standard, I just think of standard deviations as a math brain, so. I'm glad you guys have a cute little team, though. That's nice. That's real cute. So we think swan, then, is probably envy or lust. Input. The fuck is TTY? I took one JavaScript class in college. And then that was it. We had to, what was our final exam? Our final exam was, we had to code 1408. And it had to have a score. You didn't get a score in my game. You just, everyone's a winner. You just played for the fun of it. There was no total score. I definitely procrastinated far too long before starting that. Oh well. At least that's not my job now. Far away from the shark. So this can be NB teletype device. Structure. Talk to you. Yeah, TTYL, talk to you later. That's what my millennial brain would think. NB. And this can be envy or gluttony. The sum of my sin as it is written. As it is penned. A, B, C, E. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. B is all the way near the end, so... Nah, I'm not doing that to my brain. A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. Oh, shit. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Is that 22? 20. 47, 57, 61, 66. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Makes sense. Room 8. It is now time to ruminate over the bins, sins, and pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $36. One, two, three. Ugh. No. I don't want to keep getting caught on the back thing. Okay. I think I can see all of them from the front. There's not one pointing out the back that I cannot see. I will count the nail heads. The way that they're crossing, yeah, that's tough on the eyeballs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $36 pins. Oh, hold on. I'm getting technology education. Let's see. The device that conveys data between a program and a human. I think that's so funny, Standard Error, because that's literally my face reading your message right now. I'm like, what? Was that even... Like, it makes sense, but I don't understand it enough for it to be like, oh, yeah, okay. It's a device that can be. Okay. All right. Okay, so 36 pins. This was envy. And then what about lust? It's all the way at the end. I counted wrong, didn't I? No, yeah, that's right. 19 and then also 20. Ah, that's far too big. That's far too big. From a program's perspective. Program's perspective or programmer's perspective? From a human's perspective, hi, I'm a human. Okay, okay, thank you. Just checking. Quiero ejemplos. What's an example of a TTY? I think that might help. Because is it just... It's not just a computer. Because you're talking between... Brain power, stay focused. You got this. I mean, we only have... I feel fairly confident on the other ones, and we only have a few different options to try, so... Apologies for resorting to slightly brute force, but... Okay. It says it cannot be far away. This is the closest. The sum of my sin. L is a Roman numeral. I don't think the other ones are Roman numerals, though. Got like M, C, V, X, I. Yeah, because L is, but other ones are not. I think that's the one that's really stumping me for sure. Okay. So since that didn't work, then I'm going to move the swan to lust because it is still near the shark fin. The lion would then have to be envy. The sum of my... Like, if you're gluttonous, you're greedy, you take infinitely. There's no end to it. Ooh, okay. A trophy! The infinity trophy! For solving the puzzle in room 8 on rank 8. Trophies earned will be permanently added. We still haven't seen the trophy room. How exciting. Exciting. Okay, hold on. Education time, education time. Thank you, Lord Fire. I feel like I'm attending a TED Talk. And what does TTY stand for again? TTY stands for... Teletype device. Oh, okay. So peripheral, that makes sense. A keyboard, right? It's taking the human input and then like translating it into... Okay, printer. That's fun. That's fun. Thank you for the education. Thank you for the examples. My brain definitely works better with examples. And thank you, yes. So we have 2 trophies now. We haven't seen them in the trophy room yet, but that's exciting. All right, allowance. We are 3 hours in, and we're still on the day that we started today. Yeah. Man, that book really, the long book. All right, so we can go north. I don't know what we're still trying to accomplish today. Maybe we'll get the trophy room. We have 1 more key. 16 gems, 69 coins, nice. Guys, it's the study. It's the study. So I have 29 steps. We draft the study. We go back down. Well, I jot down where everything is. We go back down to the precipice to do our thingamajig, right? Okay, hold on. Oh, congratulations on finishing your degree, Lord Fire. That's huge. Good for you. That's amazing. Well done. Well done. I'm proud of you. Bert, actually, I was able to do because I wrote down all the different letters in those tables yesterday, I was able to do those off stream. My brain was trying too hard. So after some alcohol, it actually helped. And then it was like, oh, obviously that's the answer. Yeah, go for it. I don't mind, go for it. You seem trustworthy enough, I think. No, I did sleep. I slept. I think I still went to bed around like 10 or 11. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Finding the connection between, or recognizing the connection between think and realize was pretty big for me. For sure. Not a Patreon link. It's all right. Go for it. It's okay. It's all right. But yeah, seeing the realizing, noticing the connection between the words think and realize then led me to ponder, which then was, okay, what are other synonyms for think? And then that led me to ruminate. Oh. Oh no. Have you deceived me? I am a pretty gullible person, I will say. As a child, the number of times people told me, oh, gullible's written on the ceiling, and I would look up and be like, oh, damn, again, they got me. Okay. I'm gonna mark down where we have chess pieces in different rooms. So I've got the queen all the way at the top. Was it 9 ranks, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So I'll call that A9. The king was in the office. Call that D6. And then question of the rhetorical question of if it matters that we have so many different knights and rooks and pawns. I guess it just increases the opportunity. Good thing we have the observatory for the knight then. At E7. Can do... I have not opened the study safe yet. Nope. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't tried too many things, but it is still locked. It is still locked. I'm am I doing now? Okay, bishop. We have one in the chapel. E4. I probably can still just access this map when I'm down in the precipice, can't I? Thank you. Rook in the Nook, A1. Thank you. Rook in the Nook. And then we had so many different pawns. There's one in the storeroom. There's one in the parlor. They're all over. Hopefully that does not matter. But it probably will. But we'll do everything. Okay. I've got my 6 unique pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So we'll try and do that at the precipice. Okay. The one clue that I have regarding the... What are you thinking about this here? The one clue that I'm noticing in this room for the safe is that the queen is on D8. So thinking it has to do with some sort of date related to the queen, who I think is Ariana. She didn't have a title, but she wears the crown. She wears the crown. She is the queen. But I don't have any dates regarding her. This is for the letter puzzle. And then this. We had the day Thursday in here, and my assumption was that it's the Thursday before we arrive, which would make it the 5th. I think I already tried that. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left. I'm just thinking the safe is to our left, so that important. Need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms in the house. Well, I don't know what I don't know. Meaning, like the studio editions, I don't know how many floor plans I'm missing there. We've got 46 rooms. And then on top of that, we have all of the specialized rooms. There are 8 of each. No. Yes. So maybe there are 8 studio editions and 8 floor plans and 8 outer rooms. And is it a coincidence that this ties to the number 8? Five, 6 gives us 64. 64 and 46 make 100. $64, 46, 4. That is under the assumption, though, that there are 8 of these. Oh, yeah. How many floor plans? Found floor plans. The buried one. Oh, thanks, Bert. Everyone have your water, your orange juice, your tea. I could go for a glass of red wine right now. Cheers. I love red pandas so much. I should have worn my red panda shirt today. I love seeing red pandas at the zoo. I mean, it's sad. Zoos are... We could have a whole discussion about zoos if we like them or not. I really like red panda. All right. So yeah, I don't know what that is. So I'm going to keep going and let us try and get to the precipice. Let me quickly check as we're running back through what letters we're missing. Mechanarium didn't have any... Oh no, the aquarium. The aquarium is probably one of these other two that I am kind of stumped on. All right, so the precipice. Wait, hold on. 'Tis mandatory. Now we can leave. Oh yeah, see our gallery box, it didn't lower enough. So we were just kind of... Luckily, we were still able to interact with it. And this book took 5 years to read. Almost cried. All right, how do we want to get back down? Doesn't really matter. We should have enough steps. Oh, I could still potentially do a room right there, so I will try that just for the sake of using up all the options. What clues do we have about the safes? Well, we have our letter puzzle, right? 8 dates, crack 8 safes. I have all of these different dates compiled that we've come across. These ones are in red because I'm pretty sure I grabbed them from news articles that just used a day of the week. And I incorrectly used a calendar, like an IRL calendar, to find those dates. So I'm not confident that those numbers right here are correct. You did miss the Blackbridge book. It was a really nice book. The symbolism in it, of like the carriage, of language, of choices, of desperation, privilege. It was a really good book. It was a really good book. Very good. We were able to, we've got the orchard lock open, and I was able to open the boudoir terminal with the Christmas postcard. But otherwise, our safe track record is not very good. We'll say, not very good. Hopefully I don't need that key later. A trophy! Okay. Wow, what a good day. I just want to see the trophy room. It's a new room, right? And we have plenty of gems. We're still gonna get more gems. Take a look at I think we've gotten 2 trophies so far. Oh, that's a lot of space for trophies. And then also dead animals. Gotcha. Cool. A hunter. Oh, yeah. Nice. Wow, there's so much space here for trophies. What is that, 16 in total? Oh, what is this? Ah. Full house, explorer. Complete the Mount Hall. Oh, okay. Solve 40 dartboard puzzles. I got you. I can do that. 40 parlor games. Create 8 workshop contraptions. We did make a contraption today. We made the detector shovel. Ah, damn it! We could have gone to the vault. Y'all, we could have gone to the vault. We could have gone to the vault and used our security key. Or our security box key. Damn. Damn. Oh, that's good. Okay, I'll hover over in a second. Yes, nothing says rich person like taciturn. Yeah. Oh, okay. 92 of 110. There's 110 rooms. No, why I keep grabbing my physical. That's a lot of rooms. We've only done 8 so far, 23. I love the dartboard puzzles though. I think it's just we never, when the parlor comes up, not the parlor, when the break room comes up, the billiard room, it's always in a weird position that I don't want to draft it. Win the drafting strategy sweepstakes. I don't have very good luck. I don't. Unlock all 8 realm seals. So that is probably like the torch room down in the basement is one of the realm sigils. No. Darebird trophy, dare mode, and curse mode. Reach room 46 in 1 day. Like on day 1. That's good for you if you've got that one. How many times did you have to restart the game to get that? That's impressive. Damn. Buy out the entire showroom. Okay. Classroom final exam. We got that. We could totally. Aw, and then you get a trophy for trophy. My completionist heart is mad about the dare mode and curse mode. That's what I'll say. Okay. Lots of gems. Okay. I hate that this is an elephant foot. I mean, it's cool. It looks cool. But you could have just carved it out of wood or something, you know? Elephants are so intelligent. And where's the rest of the elephant? We just have 1 foot? Oh no, that's a rhino. Rhino. Is this a rhino foot, not an elephant foot, maybe? Oh, there's another one. It's smaller, though. Okay. So now we go down to the precipice. Yeah, I was looking to see if there was a possibility that we could get the coat check room so that we could swap out our vault key for the rabbit's foot. Since we have the workshop, we could do the rabbit's foot with the coin. But that's not an option today. That's all right. Okay. Let's run around the house. We'll get super framey. Is what it is. I've said it is what it is probably about 50 times today. But that positive mindset is at least working for us. I don't think I need the extra steps, but since I have the money... Oh, I can buy multiple. Just in case, I guess. I think my computer would explode if I had the full estate, to be honest. Alright, so just a straight shot down and then 2 left. Do I even want to exhaust brain power on this room anymore right now? What code did I use? I did 1225 because I'm an American. Honestly, it isn't what it isn't. Yeah. Should we go back to the workshop? Yeah, let's... Now that there's a trophy to craft contraptions, maybe we should. I like that idea. Good suggestion. We have... These are the recipes we have currently. That's why I wanted to get the rabbit's foot, since I know it can go with the coin purse. We don't have a lockpick. If I do sledgehammer and battery pack, yeah, I need the broken lever. Okay, we could do compass and battery pack. Oh, I can do sledgehammer battery pack. Is that how I get into Diagon Alley in the basement? With like a super sledge? Don't answer that. Let's try that. Oh no, I can't do that. Okay, no. What, as we said, what, the compass and battery pack, okay. Alright, I guess let's just do compass and battery pack. I don't have a lever to be able to... An electromagnet. What is that gonna do? Let's find out. Zippy zap zap. I mean, it looks cool. A functional powered electromagnet. You are more likely to draw mechanical rooms while drafting, automatically collect coins and... Oh, that's nice. Coins and keys when entering a room. Okay. Hey, at least we got more for the contraption count. Hopefully we don't find a lever later and then regret using the battery pack. Alright, so let's continue to head towards the precipice. Whoa. Oh. Is that just on the table? Oh, we had the office, didn't we? So... Oh, that is creepy. The way they just fly at you. Okay. Because we had the office earlier, so that makes sense. Hello, babies. Sorry you've been trapped in here all day while I had to read that long, long book. I am so excited to find out your names. Okay. Let's go downstairs. Do some chess. Hopefully not real chess. I know how to play chess, I'm just not very good at it. Probably because it uses so many decisions and then I get really bad decisions. The flying coins are scary. I thought it was just kind of like a particle moving through the air at first. I'm still most looking forward to finding matches, I think, because we've seen so many special candlesticks. I want to know what they do. All right. Okay. All right. Let's place our pieces down. I like that it lights up. That's nice. That's nice. Shit's happening. Oh no, bigger chess piece. Choose your piece to receive a new permanent power. No decisions. Ambition of the pawn. When you reach rank 8 each day, you may choose knight, bishop, rook, or queen. Gain the power of that piece until the end of the day. Okay, like when you cross the entire board. Get a second queen. Mantle. Add the armory to your draft pool. What were the options here? So I could choose... I just can't choose king. Gambit of the queen. Nice. Each time you draft a room on the queen side, the west wing of your house, lose 5 steps and gain 2... On the queen side. On the west wing side. The queen side. That's Lady Clara's side. Lady Clara. Okay. Each time you draft a room... Banker of the king. Each day you may choose a color. Rooms of that chosen color are more likely to be drawn while drafting. Oh, banner of the king, not banker. Banner of the king. Piety of the bishop. You do not have to pay tithes. Instead, 30 coins the first time you enter chapel each day with this power. Resilience of the rook. I like all the alliterations, it's nice. You may draw floor plans up to 4 times when drafting the 4 corners of your house. Rooks are pretty powerful on the corners. Okay. The pawn lets us choose between them, but only once we get to rank 8. But you can always backtrack. Bishop is only helpful with the chapel for money. Redrawing rooms in the corner could be really nice up here for these two. Lose 5 steps and gain 2 keys. And the west wing is more likely to be unlocked. But then you don't have to backtrack as much. I guess that makes sense. She's unstoppable. Each dog has a... I did see that they have little doggy doors. Yeah. Where is your Oxford comma? As somebody who hates making decisions, this seems like the best option, because then I don't feel like I'm tunneling myself into only West Wing abilities, corner abilities, chapel. And I would like to add the room, right? The armory seems... I need the room. So my options, I think, are either the pawn or the knight. And the knight doesn't really do much. So I think we do the pawn. We have to choose knight at least once to get the armory. And then we can just take advantage of the rest of the... other option. Rest of the option. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the pawn. You've accepted the ambition of the pawn. You may give up this power by returning to this chamber on a future day and unlocking the pieces again. Oh, okay. I like that. That's reassuring. Excellent. Oh, okay. Goodbye. All right. Is there anything else? Too bad we didn't have very many. We didn't get the luxury shop. We didn't get the bookstore. We don't have the laundry room to be able to take advantage of how many gems and coins we have. What did you guys choose as your first chess piece when you played? Do most people choose the pawn? Debating whether or not I wanted to go to the Black Bridge Grotto right now. Let me double check nothing else happened over here. We just have the book. Oh, right. This is going to open somehow, hopefully. I wonder if that's the armory. And then yesterday we were able to buy the full edition of this book, which will be beneficial for unlocking the sigils, which will give us a trophy. Okay. Night, permanent warning, worries. Yeah, yeah, it is, because especially with 6 different options, could really change the course of your game, it seems like. Ooh, okay, so the armory must be exciting. I'm looking forward to being able to unlock yet another room. Alright. Since I have the steps, even though I know it's kind of framey, I'm gonna run back to the grotto. Where is that? Is that over? Like right here, isn't it? Oh yeah, and then Alzara called us out that one time about we have a gate that is open that we haven't entered, but I think we need the garage for that. I think it has to do with the west side. Okay, this was that note I was talking about earlier, which in combination with... it's giving this. That's what it's giving. Letters with an I in it, 8, 9, 5. Yeah, these are definitely connected. I just think we are missing... we're just missing part of it. Story of our life. Because originally when we first looked at this, I saw 1s and 0s and I was like, okay, binary, that's only two numbers. That doesn't really help us unlock the terminal. Pretty sure we are... oh, Black Bridge. Hold on. Oh, what was the leader's name? Oh, do we gotta go back and read the book again? Where's the library? All the way at the top. I know it's my decision. Would you be opposed to me rereading the book on the wiki? I'm nervous about that because I know that I was slightly spoiled about the archive, that I haven't found everything in there so far. There was a Jesper. There's an effigy. Better to go back to the library, yeah. I have 15 steps. I do have the running shoes. Too bad we don't have the fountain drained to be able to, like, get toward the foundation and enter that way. We could make it. Would that activate our pawn ability? The library's all the way at the top. The library is the farthest it possibly could be. But then we could activate our pawn ability and get add the armory. Alright. How are we spending literally 4 hours on a single day? That's exciting. We've seen this symbol so many different times. Or something similar. Like 3 connecting circles. Almost like berries. Almost like berries. Berries. Yeah, I think we need a name. It's a name. Okay. Alright, we're gonna run back. Sit tight, sit tight. Oh, because I walked back? I really need that, don't I? We have the running shoes. It's okay. Hopefully. Oh, hi. And you're eating nice. You want pets? That's alright. That's okay. You don't have to get it. Alright, can I just go all the way up? Yeah. Oh. Let's just buy a lot of bananas. Buy a couple bananas. Oh, I bought them out. No bananas. 64. Those poor dogs. Those poor dogs. We spent basically 12 hours in the library then. Okay. Street shot up. Yeah, I still don't know what this one is with the plane and the paint, create, draw, illustrate, hand, pen, globe, earth. Nothing matched up with the words that I can think of for plane, flight, sky, soar. So the armory. Oh shit. Does it permanently add the armory to our draft pool? No. I see. So it's you gotta get there first and then hope you can draft the armory that same day. Alright. Okay, let's take note of all the names. Got Redford Eelwig. We found this note in the locker room. I don't know why it's... We'll give it a try. We'll try that. We've got the author. I think I'm looking, I remember there was, when Miller and Revia are talking, they say, oh, our leader We can try Blackguard. That would make sense. Wait. What is this called again? Black Bridge? Yeah. Maybe it's the Blackguard. We have Jesper. Unholy Hounds didn't fit. We didn't learn a name for the man on the carriage. Okay, there was a sentence that was repeated twice. If there was ever a time when blank had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't. Please don't tell me that means I have to brute force the agenter? At first, when I read that word, that seemed out of place. Ooh, okay, let's look at the italicized word. Carriage, a carriage is approaching. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Pork. Brute force the agenter. What is agenter a real word? I don't think I've ever heard that word before. Nope. Don't Google that. I didn't see anything. The first thing that popped up was a Reddit post, and it was from r/blueprint, so I exited it out. No thank you. Yep. Nope. Oh, generic user, please get some sleep. Yeah, thank you so much for spending so much time with us today. It was nice having you here. Have a good night. Have a good night. Never Google. Okay, we've got my indignity. Okay. My dignity. There's a lockbox in the carriage. In the garage, we have at least unlocked the, not that we know it's the same carriage, but we've unlocked the lockbox in the back. Totemic symbols created by Arindian hand. Right? Okay, so we had the Arindian box and or the Arindian effigy. Hold on, Bert. I'll read the B fact in a second. Lockbox in the carriage, deadly. Genter. 8. Still looking for... This doesn't seem to be leading anywhere, but Have to try everything. Okay, bees can process visual information remarkably quickly. Specialized. Oh. That's interesting because, and I wonder if it's different for carpenter bees. I see the carpenter bees, oftentimes they'll see like a nail and think it's a little tunnel where they can, stay. And so they always fly up to the nail heads or the screw heads. I love that bees dance. I think that's exciting. Well, this might actually be leading somewhere. Okay, we already tried Miller. We tried Jesper. We tried Miller. I tried Ravia. Did I spell her name right though? Yes. Below. Process quickly doesn't mean process. Oh, gotcha. For the bees. Okay. I was like, what? Standard error. Are you talking about in-game or real life? In-game, we read the Architectural Digest, the first one that was available to us. I can't remember if that was volume 1 or 2. We've read volume 4. We have access to volume 5. We just haven't checked it out yet. We've read the pump manual and we've read the Reddington sightseeing guide. We've read the redacted version of the History of Arindia and the incomplete version of Realm and Rune. Anything they do below, go. Chieftain Joffrey Heartslasher. Is it gonna be Heartslasher? I didn't miss any italicized words. Ah, we're good, we're good. What else we got? Couldn't it be day? That final line is so... He grinned. Okay, and the captain of the Blackguard, Captain Fodrick Lee. An evil man. We have 14 steps. Am I making it back to the Blackbridge Grotto? Maybe, maybe not. We could go back through the bedroom to get a little bit extra. I do have the running shoes. Can I mention something from one of the books you have read that I don't think is a spoiler? Let's start off with which book it is. Which book is it that I've read that I am potentially missing something? I was taking note of the species name here from our sightseeing guide. She was married in 1951. I think I had originally written that down and thought it would be good for the orchard, but it ended up not being. Okay, okay, okay. Is that what you're talking about? The history of Arindia. Okay. We haven't gotten the unredacted version. We've only seen the redacted version, and so I think I didn't pay very close attention, knowing that we probably can see the unredacted version later. Was it in the redacted version? Does it pertain to what we're doing right now? Oh no. I'm gonna start running. We're starting to run back to the Blackbridge Grotto. Okay. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3. Eight, 9. Okay, as long as I don't trip and fall into a room by accident, hopefully we are okay. Oh, yeah, I should have taken the sleeping mask from the commissary, and then I could have gone through the aquarium and the bedroom to get a few extra steps as well. Right? Cool hallway found. Sorry, I asked like 4 questions at the same time. What is the no in response to? Does it have to do with what we're doing right now? That. Wow, what a teacher statement. That's when you say, oh, well, can you ask me after class? And then half the time they forget. If that happens, then I recommend writing it down and then we'll talk about it after. I just don't know what the no is in response to. Oh, you popped up just in time for pets. Yeah, we still have our fountain is still full. We're still looking for the... Can I throw in multiple? Well, just one. Just one. Okay. Oh, perfect. Now we have 69 coins again. Go back to the grotto. We're going to try the captain's name as well as Heart Slasher. I think it was to... Ugh. We do not make a good team, do we? Both of us are too forgetful. That's all right. Was it this thing? So no. Okay, but it's something from the history of Arindia. Okay. We'll have to check it out again. And or wait until we see the unredacted version, I think. I don't want to say yes and then a clue be a spoiler that was not intended to be. Yeah, that didn't really lead in. I thought maybe some of this might like a hero. Anything they do below. So, shouldn't it be day? A carriage is approaching. My indignity. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Deadly agenter, might, like a hero in a book. My indignity. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Maybe. Okay, let's try these names. So we've got Captain Fodrick. Joffrey. Captain. Healing. We've got Redford. You. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm pretty sure we've tried all the names that we... I know you spelled it this way earlier, so maybe? No. Kirk Darren. Oh, that would be awful. That would be absolutely terrible. I probably would put more thought into my guesses then to make sure that they weren't wasted. 8 days is a while. We're only on day 24 right now anyways. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wasn't Captain Lee? Heart Slasher is too long. I'm gonna say from... These were my notes from the history of Arindia, by the way. Okay, try some of these. Maybe Prince Learson. We also have the Desolates. I keep hitting enter too many times. Or Rika. Doesn't fit. Lasting Hope doesn't fit. RLCF for the insurgent group. Your thing is in the notes, okay? Okay. Alright. Good. Thing is in... Stop hitting enter. Just hit it once. Okay? Yeah, Siri bot. I know. Thank you. I like at least having that on so I know that it's been 2 hours. I reduced the mod severity as well, so maybe you can tell it to fuck off, but I don't know. I don't know. War of the Fifth Era, 22 years. King Desolates the Third was problematic. What is that? Is that groundhog? When it's so small, that is not what it looks like, though. That's for sure. Is that the point? Is a hedgehog. Oh, okay, okay. Cute. Fifth Era, Learson of Fen. First King Oris. I think I already tried these different ones. Yeah, I don't know. Lockbach in the carriage. Shouldn't it be day? Hedgehog, what did I see? I'm not gonna tell you what I saw. Not school appropriate, so. What could this be? Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. Joffrey Heartslacker. Roderick Lee. Eelwig, Blackguard, Agenter. Okay. I don't think I know what this is. Is this a standard keyboard? Is this like the witness? Can I see if there's like specific fingerprints on the keys? Is that the standard keyboard? Yeah, it is. Like I said, my real typing skill is not like the standard way of typing, rather. Most of it's just muscle memory. Okay. That may have been the longest day, one of the longest days in the history of Blueprint. First era was the Ajira era. I think that word you're googling meant person from that era. Agenter. Okay. Oh. Okay. When I read the word agenter, it because it's similar to like defector, traitor. That's kind of what that's giving. But then it also kind of sounds like mentor. I doubt the kid was using it. I doubt Jasper was using it in a positive context. So something like a traitor or something. I don't have any other ideas for this terminal. No other ideas. And this is the only other thing in the room, isn't it? There are numbers on this keyboard. So potentially there are numbers in the password. It's still 10 characters. Let's see. Add that to our... this one. One, two, three. Oh, it's slightly too big for the box. Why does this shit come out of my mouth like that? Like, why did I have to phrase it like that? Oh, day. I think that is the end of day 24 then. I don't have any other ideas for this terminal. It's gotta be tied to the book we just read though, for sure. What else have we seen? We've got this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. I don't know what that means. It's some sort of send-off. Aries, Eurasia. Burns End, 100 Bells. I don't think I looked at what this bazaar is. Oh, that's the, they talked about it. They talked about it's underground. Okay. Oop, I saw the elevation of Mount Holly. Oh, let's try... I'm really grasping at straws here. Yay, E-A-E. It's alright, Standard Air. I don't know what that means. I'm sure in the future I might be like, oh, that's what you meant, but alright. Thank you for trying to be helpful and trying to strategically word what you were talking about. I don't know what I don't know yet, though, so. Babbage didn't fit. We've tried that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and her first name's Anne, so that doesn't work. Yeah, okay. I could stare at that terminal for a while if I wanted to. I'm gonna call it a day. Maybe I was onto something, maybe I wasn't. We'll find out eventually. Garden excavation site. 35 excavated dig spots. Hell yeah. Wow, what a day. That was all a single day. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Let's see. I think I can do another day. I think my brain can take it. We just did a lot of reading today, which took a long time. And exploring and running around the house 4 or 5 different times. Goodness gracious. I am going to grab myself a snack, refill my water, use the restroom. I encourage you to do the same if you need it. Don't let me tell you what to do. You have free will. Your decision. Probably be maybe like 5 minutes tops. I'm a quick eater, so I will be back in, I'm going to say 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be back shortly, okay? Hi, hello. I had an apple with peanut butter, one of my favorite snacks. Oh man, that was such a long day. Wow, we learned so much though, so I'm not bothered in the slightest. I still got lots of peanut butter in my mouth though. All right, day 25. Oh, I wanted to ask you if you think y'all are so nerdy. I love it. Okay. I was alive in the last millennium, but I don't know enough about anything to be able to answer that question. I wanted to ask you guys how far along I am in the game. Unless you think it's spoiler-y. I don't think we're near the end yet, especially considering how many trophies we still need to find, or earn, rather. I guess that also depends on my definition of done with the game as well. So, okay, fair. Fair. Day 25. Let's see, what are we doing today? Biggest question marks so far are all of our locked safes. I love the music. And I feel like we should be able to maybe open some of those. And hopefully they have our red envelopes that we're missing. We've only found 2 so far. Only found 2 so far. What are our goals today? We still got books to buy. We got items to buy. Yeah, okay. Let's try and just keep being observant. I do want to get back to the foyer to see everyone's statue with a name so I can put names to faces better. I think that might be what I'm missing in the office. In the drawing room, I still have no idea, about the steps. Right now, my only theory is that I need to go to the library first to see how many steps I've taken and then calculate what I've got from there. Left wall of the... Okay. The little table on the left wall. I'll take a look. For sure. For sure. We've been in the entrance hall every single day, and maybe I haven't. Because I usually I run in, and I get my allowance, and then I go out to the outside one. Let's do the hovel today. Do the hovel. Oh, battery pack. Okay. Try and do more contraptions today. This, at first I was confused about what this was, but if we apply the order of operations in game with the colors, this equals 8. There are... Every single one of these, there are 8. The crown that was stolen had 8 rubies. I think, are there any other... 8 rays indicates a ship. Is all of this pointing to a boat? I wonder. I could sit here and contemplate for years. I don't think I need this necessarily anymore. Well, I'll keep it, obviously, so that if we need to change our chess piece out, we can. And it would be helpful if I notice any other rooms that do have chess pieces, just so that we know that they're options. Oh, we took care of that. Nice. Anything else? We have the grotto terminal. We can try and get the ballroom today to get those two missing pieces of sheet music. Okay. Sorry if I'm making you motion sick by moving the notes around so much. I guess I'll just put the letter puzzle. Okay. All right. We got our battery pack. We've got all of our goblets of fire lit. Miss Anne Babbage. The 20th of March. 20th of March. Benny's exploring note. So he probably was fired. I don't want to put terminated. He probably was fired 1990 something, right? Not 1990, maybe the following year. I don't remember if we had a date on Mr. Nogula's notes or Denny's replacement, because that could help us as well. We're going to go check the table to the left. A little shitty first step. I'm always trying to get 4 steps. When we get 4 steps, call me superstitious. When we get 4 steps, it usually seems to be an okay day. Table to the left. Right. Okay, so Alzara told us that there's a missing item here or something, but when he showed it to us, everything was in disarray. To me, symbolically, that meant that the mom was missing. Are there any other little tables to the left? This little table to the left? Oh, thank you. Okay, so now that we have the trophy room, so I didn't miss it before. Thank you. Nice to keep track of, for sure. We got a second workshop contraption, so that number went up. Nice, quarter of the way there. And then there is an incentive to keep doing the parlor games and dartboard puzzles. Absolutely. We have yet to do a full house. We've gotten fairly close. Never completely. When I go house history, oh yeah. Oh, okay. Let's look for our house history. I don't know what accent that was. How close have we gotten? Wow, that was a shitty day. All right. Wasn't shitty, we were learning. Oh, and then we have this one. A humble bungalow. Okay, that one was pretty close. Total room's 38. I don't know what I was trying to do here. $37. So yeah, 38 has been our most. Oh yes, and we have the pawn today, so we got to make sure we get up to, or we have the pawn for the foreseeable future. I have to remember that for when we are drafting and we have the option to go to rank 8 or 8. Yeah, right off the bat, you can... Man, now that I know that those trophies are there, my brain is going to go even more so. Don't focus on the trophies. It's fine. They're just pieces of metal. Maybe they're just painted plastic. Who knows? I want that key, but I don't want that key. But doing the hallway here seems... It's all right. We'll do the hallway. Oh, it's been there since room 46. Okay. So we didn't even need to see the trophy room, technically. Okay. I'm glad we at least got to see the trophy room in person once. I don't know that I'll draft it frequently at all. We'll go pantry for our apple and coins. This is what I was talking about earlier with the fact that bridge is in lowercase. Should I try Bridget in the... Might be grasping at straws. Otherwise, I think this is just a key to say, hey, I need these items, leave them by the bridge. That could also be what it's saying. That could also be. Chocolate coins would be nice. Well, I don't know. As a chocolate connoisseur myself, chocolate coins are usually not the tastiest. Usually not the tastiest. Hopefully they're real metal trophies. Yeah, hopefully. Maybe. Cheese fact. The rind on brie is edible. It's made of white mold bloom that helps ripen the cheese from the outside. Gross. Not a fan of strong flavored cheeses. I do like sharp, like cheddar and Swiss, but blue cheese or gorgonzola, nope. No thanks. Go den. My favorite blue teardrop. Let's head west. Still in lower ranks. You love blue cheese. I'm happy for you. I hope you get to eat blue cheese often. I will not be partaking. Drawing room could connect us back, but spared green room at least gets us moving. Yeah, let's do that. Now I'm going to be focusing too much on trying to fill in every single box, which is going to hinder us for sure. Okay, we have the chapel. We go breakfast nook. We do need a key. That would be nice. Commissary. What items do we have today? Oh, battery pack. Okay. That's all we got from the hovel. And then chapel connects us back down to the entrance hall. I think I'll do breakfast nook. Get our bacon and eggs and a key. Oh, there's a... Well, I'm not going to open that. Maybe if we get a sledgehammer today. We rarely get trunks. That's really surprising. I feel like I've seen maybe 4 trunks in total this whole game. Drawing room again. Chapel again. You guys really want me to choose that, don't you? Game gods are saying, you need this room. Just do bishop. Okay, a couple coins. I'll take them. Not gonna leave them there, of course. Let's head this way and then try and fill in that southwest corner a bit more. Or maybe not. Or maybe. Gymnasium. Just lose 2 steps. Gives us a branch north and south. Observatory just goes straight north. Bedroom just... I'm trying to think of what what I said our goals were for today. And that's basically just trying to get some of those special rooms to buy items from. So it might be nice to have the benefits of whatever we get in the stars. Oh, what is that? Oh, oh, thanks. Thank you, Draxus. So kind. We did get one more key, and then there are now the chests in the entrance hall. Dead end rooms are more common today. Trying to think of what dead end rooms we do have that we want. Okay, we haven't drafted the freezer ever. They will not reset at the end of the day, and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. Oh, so it literally freezes you where you are at. Right, probably going to go courtyard. We needed the freezer yesterday. For sure. That would have been so nice. We were rolling in the dough. In the dough? In dough? I don't want to use up my keys. Thank you, Draxus. Very helpful. Very, very helpful. So let's do patio. And then I'm assuming I have to step in first for the gems to be added. Oh no, okay. Just as soon as you draft it. Nice. Occasionally you may discover small in the dirt. Okay. Making sure there wasn't... I just saw the word below, and that was one of the words that was italicized in that book we spent so long on. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss. Blue cheese and pasta sauce might be good. Yeah, balance stuff out, especially with the acidity and whatnot. Can't interact with these, can I? You dig spots. No shovel though yet. Why are we as tall as the grass? I guess it hasn't been mowed in a really long time. Has it always been that tall? That's really tall grass. Okay, furnace, more likely to draw red rooms. Commissary, nursery. I don't need anything in the nursery. Steps would be nice with the hovel. Okay, because then every single time you draft a bedroom, you get a few more steps. That could be okay. Commissary, still only have the battery pack. We could get a shovel. Furnace. Let's do nursery. Spinach gorgonzola. Well, that does sound good. I still don't know if I would like it, but it sounds good. It sounds good. I spy a gem right there, so I will walk in. I wasn't going to originally. Yes. Checking to see if we had the nursery listed as a pawn. All right, let us head. Yeah, I guess I will still keep going this way, and then if we dead end, we can come back. Then we've got two other options off the chapel and off the den. Oh, the vault. Vault would kind of block us in. Okay, all of these block us in. That's fine. Vault, I don't have a safety deposit key again yet today. I've got 3 green rooms. So there's a possibility that we could dig out a safety deposit key. Maybe? I want 40 coins though. I'd rather have 40 coins over 3 gems. I have 2 keys. There are the chests. The trunks. I'm deciding if my greed is hindering my judgment here. For 40 coins is so many. What if we get the bookshop today? What if we get the luxury store? I think I will do the vaults. I say I think I will as I'm clicking it. I am going to do the vaults. More conviction. We have opened up one of the boxes in here. And then we found a key for a second box, but we didn't draft it, so we couldn't come back. I'm glad I know what that plant is now. Is that something? No. Right. So we can go down to the chapel and branch off there. We also have the den as an option. Observatory. Plunk. Oh boy. Okay. Archives is the best option for being able to continue today. That blocks us off. That blocks us off. I just hate the archives for the sole reason, the main reason, that it blocks off one of the options. You can't see it. Although we did take notes last time about which rooms cost how many gems to kind of narrow it down. That might be okay. That might be okay. And the only ladders we seem to be able to climb are in the basement. We've got a step stool here. Got whatever that's called for moving stuff. Got the ladder, we can't climb it. We've looked through this pretty thoroughly. Let me see if anything else jumps out at us. Okay. Mom, Marion Marigold, Swimbird. Eats. The statement about viewed the book as a rather thinly veiled political critique. This, I wonder if that's off of the published version in the nursery or the original, maybe, version that we heard in the cutscene. RLCF, Children of the Black Water. Okay, I've noted that. And we know that Manning wrote the history of Arindia. Considering that it was redacted so much, that's very suspicious. Especially there are only 2 out of the 36 names. Still bomb. White and Manning. Aimed. 1111, make a wish. Peace. Right, and this this date is then wrong. I think I based that again off of a real life calendar. It was a Tuesday. So Manning and Marigold were familiar with each other. Okay. I hate that half of this is cut off, right? What is that context there? What is that context? Mary Matthew Jones. Last seen on a Friday. I will note the news article. I have to add the trophy room. Oh. We do have a few new rooms, don't we? Neither of those cost us anything. I'm assuming it's just the trophy room, but I will check just to be sure. Just so I feel like I'm not cheating. Music room, did I write that down? Ah, okay. We'll add the music room. And that was a corner piece. When it says 2, it's a corner piece. Otherwise, we've got the up-down arrows for a straight. Locker room. Oi. The music is so good. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, I gotta make 2 more columns. Fantastic. Why didn't you like the last one? Jeez. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Awful. Ballroom. Yeah, the trophy room is really just kind of for greed, isn't it? Or for hubris. Stay on theme. Vaults. Good, okay. Office. What other new rooms have we drafted? Pool. Got that. Oh yeah, because it says the pool. Not just pool. Nothing else says the. But the pool is so important, we must say the beforehand. Maybe we do really need those swimming trunks. Boiler room. Don't think we've gotten any other new rooms. Bookshop. We've got, oh, that's a corner room. I thought it was a dead end room. I was gonna say, oh, we might be able to get the bookshop today, since we have the Draxus from the observatory. Vestibule, we got. And then we had our 2 found floor plans. We haven't been able to draft the Lost and Found yet. There's gotta be secrets in there. People dropping stuff. Okay. I was looking at this. I don't think there's anything else in here. I read these fairly closely last time, I think. Hopefully. right? The ruby crown, which has 8 rubies in it. And I have noticed that when we find the red envelopes that there is typically a red gem next to it. Right, so off the archives, let us fill in this box right here. Nope. I can use a map. Okay, clock tower, furnace, or every other option that's not on our list. Clock tower. Tomorrow you start with a key for every time room you draft today. Alright, let's risk it for the biscuit. Is it going the right way? Ooh, it's going down to our den. Alright. We do have car keys. We still have to... I'm pretty sure we don't have everything in the garage. Wednesday morning. Right, okay. Yeah, okay. We still haven't read a new clue yet. Detective Don Margle said it's accurate, so we need to read that. That's probably really important. Let's go archives off this way. All right. So we could do the freezer. That might be okay. That might be okay. We haven't drafted the freezer yet, ever. Coins and gem amounts will not reset at the end of the day, and they cannot be adjusted or used until tomorrow. And since that's basically our last room, the only other way I can make any progress today is off this left side of the entrance hall. Maybe I do that. 3 gems. Oh. No. Okay, commissary is 2. Okay, so it's a 2 gem one, even though it's 3 steps. It is definitely possible that we could get a corner piece or a T-shaped piece. Could also be possible to get a corner going into the vault, though. We only have corners, straight throughs, or 4-door. That could be okay. We haven't drafted the freezer before, though. I think we should just go freezer. We have a lot of currency. Oh, okay. I was like, what is that noise? It literally froze over. Cute. We had a note in the laboratory that mentioned the pressure. Let's see if that's helpful. Oh, okay. So we can get too cold in here, potentially. Skyrim style. I see. So if we can probably get the freezer and the furnace at the same time, then things in here will melt. Like whatever that is. And then all the extra items. Okay. Alright, what is this? Oh. That's pretty cool. What is that? There's a letter in here. Okay. What are things that we're looking to do? Read more books. Read/buy more books. A pretty cool letter, yeah. We gotta do boiler room, pump room. Still. And then we want to try freezer, furnace. let us make our way back down to the main entrance hall. Since we've got a lot of dead ends today from Draxus, it is entirely possible that we draw a furnace in one of these 4 rooms. Yeah, okay. And I don't think the furnace costs anything. Ooh, we got the archives going though. Did the furnace... Red rooms... Furnace doesn't cost anything. But it could also be the laboratory, you know? It could be either. We're gonna make our way back down. So chapel, nook, and then we'll just swing around the entrance. Chapel, nook, spare bedroom, spare green room. There is a chest in here. The likelihood that these ones are locked is not high. But I've got the steps. I think I will try exhaust our options over in the corner and then maybe the chest. Oh, we can't make any changes, so even if we get... I should have opened chests first. Well, I wasn't sure I'd get the freezer, so... It is what it is. I wanted to reread the inheritance letter, though. Okay, please be the furnace. Do I need to have it powered, though? Okay, okay, okay! Wow, so lucky, so lucky, so lucky. Alright, back to the freezer. Oh, but then we're not gonna have our items for tomorrow. But we need to read the cool letter. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna open this just in case there's the possibility when we get to the freezer that we can adjust something and make it refreeze. Because maybe we can. Oh, 2 keys in that one. Not too shabby. Then we can open up this guy. Yeah, there are a lot of trunks today. Well, because we got the star to add the 2 in the front. That makes sense. Right. So to get back to the freezer, we're going to go morning room archives and then... That was so lucky that we got that. Oh, ha ha ha, nothing happens. But it refreezes. I wonder if you need the freezer right next to the furnace then. I don't see a way to change the temperature in here or to change power supply. Maybe we get a flamethrower later on. Just come in here and set the room ablaze. Oh. Is that a bottle of bleach? Weird place for it in the freezer. Okay. Well, at least we got our 12 gems and 70 coins locked up. I'm okay with that. I really thought we'd come back in here and everything would be thawed. How else would we even be able to figure that out? What does this say? Master Sinclair's personal freezer. Okay. How else would we even be able to do that? So right now... Ugh, Celsius. Oh, it is rising. Okay, so maybe let's just stand here for a little bit. And things will thaw. Hopefully. It is rising. Oh! I saw things change. Things are thawing. Oh, and then it's... Oh, no, it is still going. I don't know if you guys can see that. Hold on. There. I'm watching the temperature rise. For the freeze. Because we need to read this letter. What is this? Secrets. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little disappointed when we walked back in and everything was still frozen. But it seems to have worked. This is called a door. Is that what you're saying? I can't get in yet. Ooh. This reminds me of the Black Bridge Grotto. I mean, my brain originally went Braille at first, but that's not it. Well, it also went Dominoes. Reminds me of Dominoes, reminds me of Braille, but also reminds me of everything that is in the grotto. Let me screenshot that. Can I interact with anything? Yeah, because if this was Braille, it's just a bunch of like A's, B's, and I's. And then some dropped, yeah. Can't be anything. Okay, we have another one. I see that upgrade disc, hold on. I don't know that we have any terminals today, though. Those for later. Those the same? They are. Did I not take the screenshot or did it just... No, they are the same. Okay. For a second I thought maybe I didn't take the screenshot. And I just pasted back in the same image. Alright. An upgrade disc. Excellent. Very cool, very cool. The network servers... Oh, admin key! How exciting! Alright, where did I put that? Our notes are a hot mess at this point. Jeez. Okay. Nope, let's put that in our lock and key section. Here we go. Is that a D at the end? R-E-V-A-D? Oh, this is from Denny. Okay, I should read this. Network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off of the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from gardening to help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do since it was I who suggested the final location. We decided that we are going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as readily accessible replacements should any of the primary consoles fail. Okay. Randolph, we've seen his name in the laboratory. Or we know that he's a lab tech. Network servers are finally out. This also could be just the way that the handwriting is. Maybe. I'm gonna write this down as well. That. Those are really cute emotes. Thank you guys. All right. So now everything in here should be thawed. Maybe? Oh, still not. Still not. I bet I need to power the furnace. With freezer. Because the temperature seems to have stagnated. It is stagnant. Okay, there is a pawn in here at least. Ooh, I need to go through our notes and do some organizing. Maybe I'll notice something we've missed before. So we need to go back to the grotto. Yep, that's all of our options. It's nice that our money still froze even though the temperature rose. Pleased with that. There's a prism key and a letter. And so I'm assuming, like I said, that we'll need the boiler room to power the furnace to then get the freezer even more thawed than it already is. To the bat cave, yes. Spent so long trying to do that passcode yesterday on day 24. And we just needed to get the freezer and the furnace. That was really lucky. We've been so lucky. Okay. What's gonna happen in here? Oh, I can use the upgrade disc here. That's excellent. All right. What are we gonna upgrade today? The nursery. So we could increase it to 8 steps for every bedroom. If you have less than 10, when you enter this room, set your steps to 20. The nurse's station. Indoor nursery. When you draft another green room, 2 gems will sprout in this room. I really like the gem flowers. Not gonna lie. Although this seems more beneficial. But then you lose the drafting perk. For rooms like the classroom where you can redraw with the number of drafting rooms you have. Alright, I'm going with my gut, and happiness tells me we're going indoor nursery. Because the gem flowers are adorable and they make me happy. And that's what life is about. Just trying to be a little bit happier. No! Oh, okay. So Denny Ravain, who was he replaced by? He was replaced by REVA, so NOGU. Oh, what's his first name? Am I gonna sit here? Is it Dave? Daniel. No. Is your first name Eric? Fredrickson. Frank. Gregory? I'm gonna, yeah, exactly. There's only 26, so I might as well. What did Gregory? Henry? Isaac. I feel like I'm playing concentration. J, Justin, James, Jim, Jimothy, JK, Kevin, Kyle, Lucas. Oh my goodness. Sorry, there was a child that just screamed outside and I thought it was an animal at first. I am singing the song in my head, yeah. The old version, apparently the new English alphabet, we don't have LMNOP anymore, and that's a shame. I understand why, but... Nicholas. The letter that starts with O, or a name. Boris. Peter, Patrick. Quinn, Quincy. R. Reginald. S. Stephen. Maybe it's, excellent. We didn't even have to check. Thank you, Miss Ann Cabbage Babbage. The one time we are thankful for your existence. Thank you, thank you, thank you. However, it looks like I can't see the admin logs. But at least we know that it is 4 letters of the last name. First 4 letters of the last name. First 4 of last. And then first of the first name. First letter of first name. I'll remember what that means. Okay, so at least we know that. Yeah, I think it's funny. Baba. Alright, user database. Oh, maybe we can see who has admin access here. Okay. Excellent. 3 additional delisted admin keys. So, are more... So, Kimberly Thompson and Randolph Moore, probably. Okay. Interesting that Anne doesn't have access. What happens if I click those? Nothing. Just... Oh. Okay. More R. Admin access. Lead system administrator. Account created. Last login. Most drafted room. Lab. That makes sense. Lead lab technician for Cinca. Set up estate terminals and Blackbridge network. Okay. I'll screenshot each one of these just in case. Emily Thompson. Laboratory makes sense. Recent transfer from Cinca, former executive assistant to HS Sinclair, trusted with full admin privileges. So she is the assistant lab tech. All right. Her name shows up when we make an order from the mailroom. So I was wondering if she was even a lab tech or she handled deliveries in the estate. Once we look through these, we will log back in as Randolph and Kimberly. I'm assuming they both will have the same information, but Baba's you. I've heard that's a really good game. I haven't played it before. House manager, author of all personnel notes. Okay. Oh no, what is it gonna say about Denny? All right. Who is this? I don't know. Raw. Because Bridget, we don't know her name. her last name. We have Miss Peterson. Baron's valet. Oh, this is Henry? Hartley. Hartley Roulette. Oh, nope, it's a UO. Hartley Router. Servants' quarters, Baron's valet, substituting for Mr. Moore until we find a suitable assistant admin. Temporary administrator. Key expired. Should go back and just because there are dates on. Screenshot this as well. I'll probably compile that into a table of some sort for easier reading. All right, what are the personnel notes gonna say? All right. Greenhouse, former groundskeeper, we knew that. Terminated March 1992 for suspicion of blackmail and not watering the plant. He said, no, I have to show that he also was not doing his job. Blackmail. We had seen this. Did I say pants? Oh, okay, not watering the pants. Gotcha. She said blackmail. Yeah, whatever. But also, he didn't water the plants. Can you believe that? And 3 additional delisted admin. Let's relog in as... Let's just go Randolph. Well, actually, they said that they can trust Kimberly, so I kind of want to do Kimberly. Might have full access to everything. Okay, network settings, terminal timeout settings. The timeout setting controls how long a computer terminal stays connected to the network without disconnecting from the server. The default setting, immediate, requires a new connection each time the user attempts to log into the network. Is there a reason why I wouldn't set it to be as long as possible? Okay, let's keep reading. Maybe something will pop up. Ooh, okay. So there is now a reason for us to go back to the shelter. We unlocked that time safe down there, but now the mail settings are on. So... Okay. Let me write. Really got to organize our notes. Recheck terminal. Messages. Inbound and outbound connections, electronic mail communications outside of the local network may have been temporary. User database. Does this still say personnel written? Yeah, author of all personnel. Admin logs. January 20th, 1986, from Randolph. The last cables have finally been laid, and the office terminal has been connected to the central network. Given the ever-changing nature of the rooms on the estate, we chose to install the server outside of the house to maintain connection stability at all times. A small cavern off the eastern drive was selected for the server site. Okay, 6 days later, all remaining computer terminals on the estate are now connected to the network mainframe, and we will now begin testing remote access capabilities between them. I've also asked the Baron to come up with a name for the network. 4 days later, after some deliberation, our network has been named Blackbridge, a somewhat ominous name for the project given the legend from which the term derives, though very fitting considering we chose an actual cave to house the mainframe. Gotcha. Okay. I thought that they were I thought that location was what determined the name, but they chose the name. Okay, that's why I was confused when we read about the bridge earlier, and that it was farther south than I had realized. I only hope that our servers do not suffer that same fate that befell those in the story. Oh, this is okay. About 5 months, 6 months later. Regular maintenance report. Fixed a connection error that was occurring between the office and security terminal. We have also added electronic mail capabilities to each terminal that can be accessed via the network. Recording capabilities of all cameras on the estate have been disabled. Additionally, the existing video playback functionality on the security terminal has also been removed. What was going on in 87? Marion was leaving in 87. What evidence have we deleted? Oh. All the way through. And then there's a huge gap. Huge gap. So, hold on. Let's see. So this is July of 86, February of 87. All of March has been deleted. All of July has been deleted. And then July 25th. Okay. As requested yesterday, new admin key created, though the requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. Effective immediately, all electronic mail capabilities have been restricted and now can only be accessed via the office terminal. All other terminal inboxes have been archived and can only be restored via admin control. Temporary access to the mainframe in Blackbridge Grotto has been restored to perform routine maintenance. Temporary access to the mainframe in Blackbridge. Okay, so once a year in January. Updated privileges for the following account types. Admin access, full access to all features. Personnel access, access to the user database. Archive access, full access and access to archived admin logs and deleted database entries. Archive. Admin access, personnel access, key expired. Does Sinclair? Let's try Sinclair after that. Although it probably should be listed. RTA is down while we work on a solution to reported terminal connection failure. RTA is working again. Is that remote terminal access? Terminal connections tested and confirmed functional. To make future testing easier, added ability to access offline terminals through the RTA when Blackbridge is open. Added ability to access offline terminals when Blackbridge is open. Okay. Per request, one temporary admin key has been added. Right? Ooh. It was only for a month. Is that a joke, Bert, or is the Soviet Union, the USSR, part of this timeline? Trying to... Who is that? Route 8. Thought it was that. One new admin key has been added to the network. Kimberly Thompson, welcome to the team. A joke. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because the fact that I couldn't use a real calendar makes me think that it wasn't on our map in grade 4. I didn't learn that in 4th grade, so. Country doesn't exist where we're from. Let's see. Added new data management features to Blackbridge admin control. Updated user database. Changing of the guard. In preparation for Simon's arrival, inbound and outbound messages, as well as off-site connections from outside the estate, have been disabled per the instructions left by the Baron himself. That's a lot of pages. I am contemplating whether or not I should screenshot all of these, which I probably should. I probably should. All right. Hang tight. Screenshot mania. There's just so many dates in this. I could write them all down as well. And then once I finish this, we should look and see if we have access to the archived messages and whatnot. Ugh, I don't like how that one doesn't fit. That's okay. We're all different sizes. Do I need to screenshot this? Because we can just come back and look at this later. I think the context is important of that we're in 86, 87, and then it goes all the way to 93. The missing deleted logs are right after Marion goes missing. And they turned off recording right before he goes missing. Thinking what happened to April, May, and June. I talked myself out of sitting there and doing screenshots. Is this what we just looked at? Yes. Data files. Import trophy data. Utilizing the Blackbridge system, you can import trophy data from other save files. I see. So this is how people get the, on day one, room 46 on day one. Is that how that works? Network settings. So ideally we can get one terminal online, and since I have the network settings, how long it stays connected to the network without disconnecting. So I need to draft them at least once more time. And then we'll be able to read all of these. Okay. I have 11 steps. Did I have any of those already drafted? No lab. Got the hovel today. No. Security. No office. Okay. These all just the way that they're flashing. All right, that might be the end of our day then. That might be the end of our day. Double checking for any other routes out. I don't see any. We did freeze our assets for today, so at least we'll have lots of gems and coins to start off for tomorrow, so that hopefully we get luxury room or the luxury showroom, whatever it's called, the Bookstore, for sure. I really want the bookstore. There's way too much knowledge that we are not getting because we don't have access to those books. And I probably will buy a new clue first. I do really want the unredacted version of the History of Arindia, but I think a new clue would probably be best. Just because a lot of things just keep coming back to Marion, for sure. Wow. Not too shabby, not too shabby. With the exception of your frozen asset. Great. What do we got? Garden cottage of fire and ice. Oh, all right. And then our new room was the freezer. Too bad. That was a good combination of days, for sure. We got access to the admin terminal. We read that really great book. We did our gallery. We finished out the number 8 room. We got to see the trophy room. Still, I really, really want to get the pump room up and running. Every time we've been able to draft it, it hasn't been close enough to the boiler room. And now that I know that I can open that door off the boiler room, that's big. How many times did I draft the boiler room and then I just didn't go through that door because I thought it was locked every time? I'm learning. Today's Thursday, isn't it? So I usually don't schedule to stream on Friday, but I think I will. Do we have more time for one more day with all the terminals? We could. That's a lot of information though. And then I'm just gonna be sitting here sprouting. I think we'll save it for tomorrow. I do want to stream this tomorrow, so it'll be the same time, about 11 a.m. Eastern, so 1500 Universal Time. Hopefully you can do some time zone math. Time zones always mess up my brain. My brain breaks. I'm honored you decided to spend some time with me today. Thank you so much. You guys are like my blueprints guardian angels. I appreciate your help. I appreciate that. Of course. I hope you have a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever you are. I'm happy you were able to spend time with me today. I'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? If you haven't followed, consider following. It's free, it's a click. Then you know when I'm going live. Don't let me tell you what to do with your life, though. I will see you guys tomorrow.